Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Sorry for the absences. Just, life be like sometimes. Hey Jester. Hey Ms. Up. Mr. David Bowling. Hey Priz. Zane, sorry to see you're not feeling better then. It's meme Zane. It's silly stuff. It's silly stuff. So I'll probably do a bit of speedrunning today. I'm going to lose the Amara record whenever Dr. Seven submits that run for True Mal and Takedown, but I'm fine with that. Because the goal, me pushing with weird stuff, aside from flexing, is I want other people to push categories down farther. And I'm working on gaslighting the rest of the time trials runners into running Guardian Takedown so those times get better too. It's a work in progress though. But I want to mess around with using barrier to kill things. That's what we're doing today. Proud of you. I knew you would be. I knew you would be. Got a long copy pasta. Okay. Apologies necessary. Proud of you for taking care of yourself. It's been, I've not gotten much done in the last 2 weeks or so, just because it's been a lot. But, yeah. Alright. Pasta from Mr. David Bowling. Wow, I'm so amazed at you and your band's travel. Very cool to see. I have so many questions I could write a book. I'm not doing that. What's been your favorite place you've visited? How do you get from city to city? Have you met any cool and interesting people? Have you made any new fans? I'm so proud of you. This morning I told her neighbor about your tour and she was very impressed. She wants a Born of Osiris, is that a band? T-shirt signed by all the members. I would like one as well, and so does Aunt Jane. I feel like I've vaguely heard of that. Is that a band I should know? Um, anyway. So the idea here is I want to do damage with barrier. And I'm not quite sure how we want to achieve that. I know we need to use distributed denial, but we have other like questions. Like, am I gonna give clone an Ember's Blaze and park him somewhere too? I feel like that's gotta be something I do. Um, I would like to get our man Flint for freezing for Icebreaker, I think. Like, I need a cryo gun that I can ADS and crit with, like Soul Render or something. And then I can just switch back to the GA for Icebreaker bonus. I feel like that's where I'm going with this. Posted by the official Born Osiris account on Lorna Shore Singer's Facebook post. So, like, are they trying to throw shade? It seems like they're trying to throw shade, but aren't very good at it. Hey, Super. Hey, Hawken. Hey, Mr. Sean. Hey, Roddy. Oh, Rhino. Must have gotten that while farming Trial of Instinct. Okay, so I'm thinking we're gonna want to go Icebreaker. Good to see it. Good to see it too. After I read that out, I don't think it's funny now. I mean, I probably didn't do it justice. I don't know if you've seen it, but made a Jackhammer Amara build. I didn't see it. Grammar. I haven't seen it. But yeah, that sounds like something could work. Jackhammer is like, I don't know if I'd call it good post TDR nerf, but it is still a TDR. Like, it's a Hyperion, but it's a TDR. So it did get hit by the Chuck nerf, but you can still make it do good damage, and it still is good at delivering damage for the same reason like a spark plug is. Like, you can just put it in an area and it'll keep killing in that area while you handle something else. So yeah, I can see the appeal. It's nice. How you doing? All right, so we need artifacts. Do I want Icebreaker though, or do I just go Projector? Sell out Projector. I feel like that's gonna be more damage. I'll go Elemental Projector, Victory Rush. Get bonked? I deserve that. I deserve that. Hey, David, thank you for taking care of Hawken. I appreciate it. What you making? I want to get more damage out of this. So we're going to be using Ember's Blaze, and we're going to have one copy on us and one copy on Digiclone, and one copy on our barrier. So we're going to have 3 Ember's Blaze areas going. It's possible to stack all of them, but obviously we won't get much GA value if the barrier one isn't away from us. So I've done this before, but like a little more half-assed. I want to really focus on the concept this time. So I'm trying to think how we get damage into this. There's the alert. That was very late. So I guess the way to think about this is what boosts the Ember's Blaze. It's Splash, it's Elemental, and it gets global stuff. We have Splash there. We have Splash there. Something we could do is for the clones, Ember's Blaze, and also for when we're at close range, we could switch to something that isn't a GA and have a Splash Anoint. But the thing is, we can't really get our Anoints active while having both Barrier and Clone. So that's a concern. So we're probably just going to stick with GA. Now we can use Terror Cryo to boost the one that comes from us and the one that comes from the barrier. We could use Conductor for that as well, although we might end up going with something else for duration. See what happens. Elemental damage is one that I don't really have much of right now. See, I have double incendiary roll currently on this artifact. So projector seems like something that would be pretty good. Hey Snow, how you doing? Like I ditch really expensive jacket and just run sell out Ellie projector. Terror damage fire rate. Yeah, I have that over here. Clone Dome in the year of our year of our Lord 2023. So yeah, I guess I need a sellout, and what passes would I want on a Vic Rush? Ellie Projector, Victor Rush. Sparkplug is better because it gives us an outlet of damage, but like this will be funny. We definitely want AoE. Do I need anything else? I could just go more incendiary damage. That might end up being the play. Maybe I grab a resist passive? No, that shouldn't be necessary. Hey, Jaybridge. Comedy over optimal. Exactly. Sometimes we gotta do the haha funny. We scroll and get the other fire damage. Maybe I do go incendiary resist here. Nah, we'll just go for damage, see what happens. See what happens. Okay, now I need to sell out. TGIF, it is Friday, isn't it? Babe, come quick, new Quag stream. I always do. Dr. Seven sending me a Tiggs boom. That was probably sent on the run. The extra F was intentional. Okay, so we got that. I guess I should equip like a decent gun. Sure, we'll put a free radical there. Why not? Could go URAD here. But no, we'll go LE projector. We got splash, splash radius, action skill damage, conductor. Alright. So we spawn clone. Barrier. Oh, no, that did. Do we have too much damage formula? Yeah, we do. So, enemies of this tier, without our annoyance active, will just die from us walking by them. Ooh, maybe I go 150 over 90 instead of Terra Cryo. I'm surprised that killed. I know I need to respec because I have decreased dot duration, but wow, I died that fast from a sellout, huh? It was the last day of my final exam thing. We had to make a logo for a fake company. I'm fairly confident how I did. Also scored the highest in my class for the multiple choice section of the exam. That's a cacophony of flexes. Good job. Selling out again, shouldn't be surprised. Gonna get a technical endorsement from this trade school. That is a huge W. Now let's respec. Ah, yes, Borderlands 3 UI. Okay, we need Cold Bore, because we're going to be swapping weapons a lot. We need Violent Speed. Seeing red doesn't hurt, I guess. We're going to want Good Misfortune. I guess having Sentinel throw grenades would be cool if we were ever running that. So, like, speccing the option should be something I do, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to take Violent Momentum so we can get up if we ever need to. My mouse is weird right now. Level sellout, 26? Yeah. Still murdered me. You know, fucking Schmexy's gonna look at my resume. You unironically said Schmexy. We have a problem. I guess Fractal Frags makes sense here, because then we can get some Hunter Seekers going. Get down to level 8 unanointed, 10 anointed, or 21 unanointed. Yeah, let's do level 8 one then. That should help. Quick Breather, Donnybrook, Fractal Frags. I guess we take 2 points in Premunitus. Old U. Full Nade, Supersonic Man. Boom Enhance. I guess Trick of the Light is interesting here, because anything that's aggro to my clone, like if they happen to be standing in my barrier, they'll start taking that bonus element. So we'll try that. But like I could end up just killing myself or slowing myself with that. So we're gonna be careful. Like a Ghost is kind of a meme, but we're gonna take it anyway. So we got Doppelbanger. Binary system might be the play here, honestly. Try it. Morning, Urban Mech. TNT on Mo's, the AoE splash radius, an artifact. It's not a good idea. I'm gonna die a lot. Ooh. I still have not shot that gun, personally. Want more capacity? Like, maybe. I need Green Tree to get down to Distributed Denial. Now, I guess we go ready for action, because when I get a kill, Shield Reboot will do the thing. Okay, so we go All-Rounder. Guess nanites or some shite. No, we want Deterrence Field. We want Deterrence Field. I forgot about that. Alright. We're not going to be critting. So I don't need to worry about that. I guess it is Hardy stock 1 point. Okay. All-Rounder, Deterrence Field, Distributed Denial. We're going to skip Really Expensive Jacket because we want to dot ourselves. Futility Belt for the same reason. Best Served Cold could be, like, decent here, but we'll skip it for now. Almost as good as you just specking Flat Purple. Listen. Meme builds, count me in, jacket on, but not for Leon. Let's go, Sora. Last night something funny happened. I went to rotate my swivel chair, but my headphone cable got caught in my chair. I kept rotating, and rather than simply unplugging from my PC tower, my headphone cable pulled the entire fucking computer off the table onto the floor. Like, with the massive number of cables I plugged in, the thing caught the fall, so nothing was damaged. Yeah, that sounds scary. That sounds scary. I'm not gonna really be critting, so will Renegade ever be active? Like, I like the healing of Renegade on non-gun builds. Alright, let's think about this. Deathfall is close doesn't increase my damage here. It increases my movement speed, but none of my damage outlets are really scaling off of that, so I don't need to go farther in blue right now. But do I have a reason to go anywhere else, is the question. I might unironically just max best serve cold. Like, if I grab best serve cold and then Deathfall is close to boost it. What works out better math-wise? 5 here leaves me 3 left. I need to spend 5 here to get that. Nah, maxing this is more damage. Give the connectors a once over on that PC just to be sure. That is good advice. This is gonna be such a meme. Yeah, we have 3 points left. I go 2 more good misfortune for consistency. Grab a point of Renegade, even though that'll never be on. Unless clones crits can trigger it, but I doubt it. Fuck it, we're getting silly. We're getting downright foolish. Not gonna freeze enemies, we don't really have a method of doing so. Second salvation point, this is cursed. Just skip purple so you can say skip purple. We skip purple. No purple. Yeah, Zane purple, bad. No purple, no mantis. This is a non-DLC 5 build. Drop that. There's the even lower level sellout. Okay. Now, with clone. Okay, yeah, that's Trick of the Light cryoing me, but so you can see the flame aura from this. You can see it from clone, and if I go into photo mode, you can see it from me. So we've got 3 Embers Blaze auras going. So let's immediately go to the Malawon takedown and see if we can kill Ratch. Try some male men and women. Male individuals. As in, like, people who mail. Just connected the dots of what's happening. Digiclone. Barrier. And then get terror. There's too many things to manage here. Oh, that's... I have them reversed from what I normally do. A clone can shoot enemies to death. That's useful. I don't know if spark plugs are generating terror is hard. Oh, that's not the right gun. Trying to make a semi-AFK build does work for you. No, I just want the fire aura shield to kill things. Also, this is Zane's distributed denial melee animation. Or not distributed denial, deterrence field melee animation. He gets a forearm. It's an animation not a lot of people have seen. Wonder if grabbing melee damage on this and like using a psycho stabber would actually be the way. Huh. Hang on. This just got less silly and more like... That might legitimately be good. Of course the swap didn't work. Losing your barrier every time you go down is annoying. Oh, apparently I had enough groundbreaker there. Cool. I need to swap my action skills to the opposite button. I normally have clone on F and then other action skill on mouse button, but for some reason I did it backwards. There we go. I think Amara feels about ball. She's probably like laughing her ass off while killing enemies with it. They're doing a Killer Queen-ass build where you put Blaze on the Spider Ant to give it more scale and the ability to crit. I've done several setups where I give the pet the aura shield. It's usually red suit is what I go to there. But yeah. Oh yeah, sell out. Ah! I'm stuck in the ground. Need my barrier. It's just so awkward to play. The projector is difficult to actually work in. I'm gonna go spark plug for now. For now. Hey, rapid fire. Thank you so much for the 30 months. Fast as fuck Fridays means Quag's getting a world record today. You heard it here first. Probably not, but we'll see what happens. Quag using barrier. Hey, putter. I'm doing memes. When they're standing in there, take a bunch of damage. Do that. No, maybe Sentinel's better here than Clone, now that I think about it. Or Mantis. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Not that. This. We're just gonna leave that over there. It killed that Valkyrie. Yeah, so our main damage is from just leaving our barrier next to things and running away. Launchpad is mimier. Yeah, Launchpad is mimier. It's like Sparkplug's actually gonna kill things. Just having an action skill that goes away and fight for your life rather than 6 round. Okay, I get what you mean now. There's no business working. Like I said, I've used this before. This can actually be used to like a decent effect in Cistern of Slaughter because it's primarily flesh enemies that don't have much HP. So like, you park the barrier on a spawn point, and then they'll just keep spawning into it and dying. It's pretty funny. But I don't know that I've ever tried it for more than a minute in Maliwan Tickfun. Deterrence field for damage. Yeah, deterrence field, distributed denial, Ember's Blaze, and conductor, and Terror Cryo. I was thinking about earlier in this takedown, like, what if we just made this into like true melee Zane? Like, we grab a stinger, or maybe not a stinger. Maybe we just keep using embers. Should have grabbed an Ember's Purge. Thematic Ember build. Yeah, let me do that. Barrier going away when you go down is so annoying, though, I gotta say. Oh, you're just not gonna spawn a puddle? And Dr. 7. Stop ending barrier. It's rude. So we're parking that on the spawn point. Place a couple spark plugs. We'll swap clone. Oh no, clone's dead. How did clone die? I don't know how that happened. I think he Hunter Secret himself, to be honest. Now we come back for barrier. Spark plug these guys and run away so that it does damage. Oh, barrier's gone. Well, the bridge is clear. Hey, look, that corroder heavy almost died from the barrier. Except for the fire heavies. Not remembering why I don't theorycraft pet stuff. Yeah. Black-purple moment. Dr. 7 sounds like an unholy beverage, combining 7-Up and Dr. Pepper. Okay, out of the people here, who among you have, at some point, whether you were a kid or not, just taken, like when you go to McDonald's or something, just a little bit of every single thing that dispenses from the soda machine? Just a little bit of everything. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, that's what a Dr. 7 is. So, like, if I ran this on, like, a lower mayhem, like, if you ran this on non-mayhem, with, like, a corrosive ASE 50, you could probably get it to actually kill armored enemies well. If there was a corrosive bonus element that inherited scaling, it'd be pretty good here. Why does that work? The old butthole attack. What am I killing? I don't understand. Wotanoscopy. I'm upset that that works. Key is to avoid adding root beer. Ah. DD would be so good if it was able to break shields more than once. Yeah, be really good. If it was actually just like, hey, you get double shield effects instead of you get one trigger. Can I throw barrier into the thing? Does it go up? I guess not. Oh, I finally stopped being able to kill things. This is what I was afraid of. Without Sentinel, we don't really have a way to kill things right now. I could put on Sentinel. Let's just jam. I'm cool with that too. Sentinel just switch to that target. Are you in the AoE? You are. Wait, that's stopping it from jumping. That's hilarious. It just tried to jump twice and couldn't because it's taking damage from the barrier. Yep, there it goes again. It's gonna kill it. It's gonna kill it. It killed it. I gotta switch to this to move faster to keep up with it. So that it dies to this. There we go. See that tweet from one of the artists who worked on BO3 Wonderlands revealed that all the guns were inked by hand and it's not a shader? That's cool. I didn't see that. Okay, so running clone and barrier doesn't work well with things like Wotan where you need to, like, be in a specific place. But if we were to go back to this and then take this to Slaughter, like Cistern of Slaughter, I think this could do well. We could also change up class mod. Like, Conductor is just good in general because it gives us more damage. It gives us a lot of duration. But it's debatable whether it's the move here because we could run a Calm for more survivability. And we could run See and Dead for comparable duration maintenance while getting Clone to throw more grenades. But we'd have less damage. We could do a Spy, and that gives us free arm and flint. We don't really have a way of applying that. Excuse me. Clone and Barrier versus Psycho Reaver. Ugh. Any other class mods that fit here? Like, Techspert for using Sentinel would actually work, but the skills would not be beneficial. Executor would be okay. Because we get cryo boost, we also get status boost, which would help any rad we introduce through various means. The crit would help the spark plug. We would lose the conductor bonus element. Like, that's the thing. This is one of those bonus elements that that gets proper scaling. What builds you run in? We just killed Wotan with barrier. Not while shooting with barrier, with the barrier. Conductor is one of those bonus elements that scales. So yeah, you get up to a mana well's worth of bonus elements. Like if you're at max duration on both your action skills, you get 100%. Hey bro, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm thinking. Like, if we drop the bonus element stuff, like if I get a low level Banshee and just shoot that constantly, I could keep myself dotted, I think. I don't know. Cold Warrior plus 3 Trick of the Light. Yeah, that's an option as well. That takes that bonus element from 45 to 90. It's just inconsistently applied. And I'd be dotting myself with a lot of random stuff. Play Zane, get Bra to show up. Easy as that. BRB becoming a Zane main. Icebreaker, I don't know how you would make it work. Just do. We were thinking about that earlier. Icebreaker would be nice because I could use Arm and Flint to get it. But the problem is I lose both spark plug and projector, which spark plug works out to being a damage outlet and a terror upkeep method. And LE projector is just more damage than icebreaker, especially because icebreaker gives you the same thing GA does. Now, I'm not going to have much GA bonus on my own Nova. Like, it goes out to about here. But that, I still get more GA bonus than icebreaker gives at that range. Are you close to 15-minute True Guardian takedown on Flak? I read in Lazy's Discord. So, like, that's something that I was gonna push today. In terms of theoretical times, like, if we look at the record run that I have for True Guardian takedown on Flak, and we take out the mistakes I made that cost time, and we like imagine what it would look like with perfect RNG, then I think Flak could get into the 1530s. But the thing is, that would require me hitting like the best segments I've ever hit for the whole takedown and getting perfect RNG. So it hasn't happened yet, but it's doable. Like, the fastest I've ever gotten out of the first room on Flak is at 108, which is something of a slow Zane time, but I finished the first set of crystals at 347 recently. So, like, not even sub 4, like sub 350, which is crazy pace. And that was not in the run where I got the 1608. Neither of those things were in the run where I got 1608. Like, if you just take that time save alone, that takes it into like the 1540s rather. And then just getting perfect RNG and me not messing up movement and the rest of the takedown takes it to the 1530s. So in theory, it can do that. Now, the other thing to note here is I don't think, like, thinking about how the takedown works and how the characters work on the takedown, I don't think Flak peak to peak is gonna beat Zane in that content. I think the peak Flak time can beat the current Zane time, but I think Zane can also get faster. Along as your Scourge. My best Scourge is 307. Super's best Scourge is 305, 306. I'm 1 second behind Super's, whatever his is. Yours is 306, then mine is 307. So, like, Zane's is definitely faster there. So that alone is, like, I think that's enough to keep Zane ahead if we're going, like, theoretical, as fast as the character can possibly go, everything going perfectly, all that. Scourge alone should make sure that Zane is faster than Flak. With current strats, I should say. Like, if we suddenly discover a way to run Scourge faster on Rackstab, then that might change. But currently, that's the fastest known Flak time for that. I don't know of a way to speed it up further. Okay, I was gonna change something here. Oh yeah, we're gonna go to Cistern. I could get Clone and Anarchy. Just while he's chilling. Just give Flag Zane speed. That's another part of it. Rapid fire. Like, Zane moves faster, and that matters in a piece of content like GTD where you're moving over like long distances. Like, any of the non-combat sections, especially the ones that are not after beasts, Zane has an advantage. So, like, right before Anathema, that section where you're doing that jump into the pit and then you're sliding down, Zane's faster for all of that. The movement right after the first room you can briefly match as Flak if you have 9 points Interplanetary Stalker, EMP5, all that. You can move at a rate that's like functionally you're clearing the same amount of ground in the same amount of time. For like half of the movement after Necrobugs 2, same situation, you can for the most part match the speed practically. But like as soon as those stacks wear off, Zane is just a lot faster. Also teleport after second crystal. Yeah, Zane's faster there too. Weird build day? Weird build day. So if we just take Scourge and those places where Zane runs faster, that alone should equal a pretty big time advantage over Flak. I would say something like 10 seconds, 15 seconds from the movement. Again, assuming perfect movement. And then what's the difference between the top Scourge and the top Scourge on Zane and the top Scourge on Flak? Let me look. Yeah, currently 19 seconds. So this means that if I think Flak can be in the 1530s, I think Zane can be in the low 15s. Like, almost sub 15. I don't think sub 15 is gonna happen unless we come up with new strats. Is that 10 seconds only on Scourge? But I mean, the top Scourge on Zane right now is 247. And the top Scourge on Flak is 306 by the same person. Switch off Doppelbanger. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I should switch off binary system too, but it's free soul get mam scaling. Yes, it's a times 31, I believe. I didn't grab the quest. Ha, I'm funny. And more ideas for builds. Yeah, it also doesn't require a full freeze. You just need 75% freeze progress on an enemy. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sean. You just need 75% progress, and it does have a short cooldown. Damn it. Kill something. Thank you. Does Sparkplug have the range for that? It does. We got the shield down there doing the thing. We're up here doing the thing. This chatter really wanted that barrel. Holy shit. No, put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Never been more scared of an enemy. Look, they're dying. Jabbers are the strongest weapon in the game. Hey Voodoo, how you doing? What green item did I just pick up? An improved shield. Oh, I spawn clone with the wrong gun. Whoopsie. My barrier's still over there killing. You love to see it. Like, outside of the racks, this is pretty good coverage for this content. Just took flak for her back, let's go. The only enemy that still has Mayhem 10 enemy damage. It's crazy how many people run around still thinking that enemies do more damage on higher Mayhem. Like, because that's one of the only bugs that Gearbox was like, hey, this is a thing, we're fixing it. And then they fixed it, like, later. But you've still got people who are like, yeah, man, I put it up to Mayhem 10 and I'm taking so much damage. No, you're not. You're taking the same amount. Just enemies aren't getting one shot. Which one? When enemies got Mayhem scaling on their damage, CC. Enter reply to Stone Swan. Jabbers. Because they throw barrels. Yeah, all the Proving Grounds are sub 2 except for Discipline now, right? And survival, and survival. Sparkplug is so fucking good. Cistern is one of my favorite pieces of content to run. Because the low HP enemies allow a lot more stuff to be useful. Like, the amount of damage you do in this content is not nearly as relevant as the delivery of your damage. Like, these racks are dying by flying right above my head. Want to BO3 Legends in this chat? It's true. We get a lot of time trials discourse in here and build crafting talk, and it's great. I love the chat during BO3 streams. Love the chat always, but BO3 stream chat hits different. Barrier doesn't go away between rounds. That's interesting. You know, it goes away when you blow yourself up on a barrel at the beginning of a round, though. That is a thing. Did Clone just shoot a barrel and kill me? I'm kind of proud. Put a little barrel trolling. Just a little bit. There goes my barrier. Just occurred to me that Ember's Blaze has a Nova part. You could run action skill start here with a Mantis. It wouldn't be a particularly strong Nova, but remember what I said about how in this particular content, how you're delivering your damage matters more than how much damage you're doing. Run submitted, so I'll just add more motivation run again when you beat it. It's gonna take me a while, CZ. Like, I am not able to get consistent Amara times at all. Like, last stream where I was running it, I wasn't even able to get anything in, like, the low fours. I don't know how I got that 401. It'll be a while before I have the confidence to beat your time. Like, I knew that time could be beaten, so I'm not shocked that you did it. Just, I don't know if I can beat your time. I think other people can. But I'm glad to see, did you do it with the Pestilence setup? What'd you end up doing it with? Use your own build? Yeah, that was my next question. What was your setup? This plays into the point I was making about how someone who's good at a piece of content, a particular piece of content, is just gonna have greater ability to push in that area. Like, CZ is and always has been a better Maliwan runner than me. It's as simple as that on every character. So, like, with the same exact build or with a different build that might not even have the same potential, he's just gonna pull better times on average. Which is why I want more people running Guardian Takedown, because there's people who are definitely mechanically more talented at the game than I am, who don't have as many GTD times as I do. It's just because I run it. I maintain that I'm not all that good, I just play a lot. Blade Fury, Revolter, Driver, and Fish. That tracks. You get a lot of consistency that way. Oh, that was the whole thing. I was just kind of vibing, enjoying. I didn't realize we were at the end. Cistern's so fun, dude. Probably hacked into the mainframe. Aim's deteriorated over time quite a bit, getting old. This guy. This fucking guy. So, how silly do we think we can make this, chat? What build tweaks do you think we can do? So, build problems right now. Sometimes dealing with the racks is awkward. Barrier going away when we die is awkward. What do we change? I really like the Ember's Blaze. Mind Melt? You think it could be okay? Like, damage-wise? Not really, but funny. It would be funny. It would be funny. Cistern's a fantastic brain turn-off activity. Yeah, it's very profitable. There's no save quitting. It's short. Like, it's easily the shortest of the slaughters. Peak Cistern speedruns are sub 8 minutes. And like an average run, you're looking at 9 to 10 minutes. Sparkplug Launchpad. I really like Vic Rush here. It's not like completely unique formula-wise, because I do have Terra damage and fire rate. But like the Launchpad isn't gonna kill anything. Probably. Actually, do you think the Launchpad rockets would kill the racks? How much damage can we get those to do? Splugic Charge. I don't think the Static Charge is really needed. Because, like, Vic Rush will increase all of our damage. Static Charge will only increase our Splug damage. And Splug's already pretty much insta-killing things. Pretty weak, but so are Cistern enemies. Do I have one on me? I could try it. I'll try it. Sparkplug. Launchpad. Very weak. Yeah. We'll see if it kills. Because, like, Ember's Blaze is killing things here. And the ticks when enemies are near me are between 1 and 2 mil. And then when I have it deployed through my barrier, it hits for like 7 mil. We'll go Zappy. They're slide damage, so they don't benefit from melee. Is there any passive we can put on this that will increase the damage of the rockets? I don't think there is. I guess Cryo to boost the Terra Cryo bonus element. AoE, have it. Going Shock, Cryo, AoE. I guess move speed would make sense to recover some of what I'm losing from not having Vic Rush. I can, since one is using game knowledge cheating. Yeah, maybe try that. Since Reddit existed since always. Never really liked Cistern, but some of that is PTSD from trying to kill rack with mediocre builds. Yeah, I highly recommend, if you are ever having trouble with dealing with the racks and Cistern, max radius Frozen Heart. Easy. It hits like 90% of the room. All you do is stand in the middle, jump, and activate it, and then everything in the room dies or freezes. Even if they're flying. Fish Slab hit me during Wound Fight, there are no ads. I had a bunch of resets to that today. Yeah. Or not today, last time I streamed. Malon. Yeah. I don't know why I said today. Time is an illusion. Will these even hit anything? They're trying. Did that kill? No, that was the barrier that killed. Hang on. 8 mil. Yep, you know, that can kill. That can kill. These enemies have low enough HP that that can feasibly kill. Okay, that's pretty funny. Can Zane get enough damage with Frozen Heart to kill most mobs in Cistern? Absolutely. Absolutely. However, the big thing with spamming Frozen Heart on Zane versus spamming it on, say, Black, is Zane doesn't have Eager to Impress. So he doesn't get a cooldown refund on each kill. He can get a lot of passive cooldown rage, but he will eventually run out. Whereas Flak, if you kill, say, 6 enemies with 1, you don't run out. It's just there. Wait, what is this? So we're wearing an Ember's Blaze shield. The one from DLC 1 that does a fire aura, and we have Distributed Denial, which gives your shield effects to your barrier. Now, it doesn't work with a lot of shields, but the ones it does work with can be pretty funny. Clone also gets a copy of it, but we mostly just have Clone shooting at Anarchy. And we're ground slamming with a spark plug. The launch pad rockets are gonna go for the airborne enemies, provided things go well. They could also just kinda deal with stuff farther away. That's working better than I thought it would. Good suggestion, honestly. CCC and cloned Cryo Anarchy deals with Mantis charge problem. There you go. So do you run Mantis clone for this, Sputter? Because I don't imagine Sentinel would be very useful with how fast you need to kill things. Mantis clone. That makes sense. I was looking at the Zane Cistern time, thinking Frozen Heart clone should be closer to Moe's. Trying to think of why it works out the way it does. I don't really know. It could be one of those things where just room for pushing. Like, Zane GTD should be more ahead of Flak GTD as well. It's still ahead, but like, the gap should be bigger, whereas the gap between Zane and Moe's for Cistern should be smaller. Based on what we know about how characters work. Oh yeah, I don't have clone right now. There we go, we're good now. Is that a Rhino? Oh yeah. Loot enemies. Motherfucker. Frozen Harvest clone should be able to one-tap nearly everything. Yeah, I'm curious as to what the defining factor is too, because Moe's and Zane are so much faster than the others in this content because they just do the same thing. They're like, hey, we're gonna AoE the whole map constantly. Ryan just reminded me that some part of my dreams last night involved a lump. I dream about your lumps too, buddy. I kind of want to use the lump a bit, but I don't know what I want to use it for. Like, I think situationally a corrosive lump could still outdamage a Rhino if you're flak. But, like, the problem is both of those things are outdamaged by other launchers in turn. So, like, what's the use case? Maybe a purple's only flak. Purple's only flak versus Maliwan. But I've done that before. I did that pre 2.0. Used a lump, a Bushmaster, CMT with an ASE 50. And a one-shotter. Use case is fun. That's fair. Zane needs to move to the different spawns every single time. He needs to keep in mind the racks. While Mo's and Autobear just go bang and drag the crosshair across every single weapon full auto, call it a day. Super clip farming. Typical SMH. Frozen Heart not solved this to some degree. So, like, Frozen Heart, if you stand here, you're hitting every spawn except for the ones back there. If you stand here, you're hitting these spawns and those on, like, a TCP trigger on Mo's, but you're not hitting those. So, like, there's always one group of spawns you're not able to hit, which you can use your pet to cover for. But that's still going to require you to move eventually. Whereas with Mo's, you just, like, if you set up Auto Bear here or over there, it can see all but one spawn, and then you just stand here and you can see every spawn from right here with the Lucky 7. There's that slaughter. This is on Promethea. Like, if you stand right in this spot, you can see every single spawn and shoot them with a gun. I'm seriously amused at how much damage this launch pad is doing. Like, it does nothing to the armored enemies and the badasses, but the basic Ratch, it'll just kill. Basic Ratch and Jabbers. I think that's cool. Auto Bear, kill speed out does clone by enough, you can just copy paste that strat. I think they have slightly different ranges, Pris. Don't quote me on this, but I want to say Auto Bear has a farther effective range than Clone does in terms of seeing targets. At least that's how it feels. That's something I would have to test scientifically. But, like, if you put Clone... Here, I'll put Clone in the spot. Okay, so he's in a spot where you can see every spawn. He's not shooting. He can see every spawn from here, but he's not shooting. If they get real close to him, he'll start shooting. But, like, Auto Bear is just gonna shoot from there. Always. There's, like, one blind spot in the air where it won't hit. But... Does that green effect work? That's Terror. There's a few anointments that give you very beneficial bonuses while you have some amount of Terror. Some of them increase based on the number of stacks. You can have up to 3 stacks of Terror. But think of Terror Annoyance as, like, set bonuses. They're very well designed and very powerful. Cap Arms being the true snipers of this game. Yeah. Nice one. Alright, yeah, Launchpad surprised me. It actually got some kills. I kind of like that a lot, because that lets you, Hey, kitty. It lets you upkeep Terror, because much like Sparkplug, the Launchpad rockets are damage source slide, so they're gonna trigger this annoyance. Them being damage source slide means they should be getting that times 21 scaling. So the fact that they're doing like 8 mil with a GA and times 21 scaling is a monka. But that's enough for like this tier of content, the basic enemies. And that's what we would want it for anyway. I might use that more often. That's pretty cool. Auto Baron Clone takes the same spot. Clone will kill faster, but Mo's can still so much faster than Zane. Kind of overtakes any time save Clone makes. There you go. I guess that's just Mo's proficiency with the Lucky 7 is just high enough that it can outclear the rate at which Zane can spam Novas. Yeah, I'm surprised about that as well, Priz. Because, like, this is a piece of content where Sparkplug is extremely dominant. And it doesn't do that much damage relative to the other stuff that's being used here. But it's still, like, a lot faster. Hey, Samantha Vest, thank you for the Prime. I've been watching Twitch much lately, wanted to at least drop my Prime on a cool streamer. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I haven't been streaming much lately. Health and life have gotten in the way quite a bit, so I've been very inconsistent. So, you spending your sub on me means a lot. Thank you. Skagden on the Giara's Novas probably also makes her AoE's kill where Zane's can't. Yeah, I doubt Zane gets, like, consistent one-shots against everything. Like, flesh-type enemies probably do live sometimes, whereas the armor ones, because of the beneficial cryo matchup, any armored enemies are getting one-shot, I imagine. But sometimes you get flesh survivors. Flesh survivors. Gross phrase. Whereas with Skagden, I don't imagine either survives on Mo's. Better with the Guardian rank Nova is. Hollow Point? Hollow Point. Rare chest. Yeah. Great loot in there. They needs to double tap the Radamune racks. That's probably a big part of it. Have you messed around with ASE Fire Butter? Won the chest event, double sticky. Wait, there was a double sticky in there? Huh. Yeah, that's actually really good. Huh. I didn't even notice. That's really good. Double sticky Reuter. That's a really good grenade. Then take a sick day today. Glad I could watch a comfort stream. Hey, happy to have you here. I will try to distract you from the sick. And know that I empathize. I might actually seek some medical attention for some of this stuff. Just because, like, it's not anything urgent. It's just, like, I'd like to know why this is going on. Type shit, you know? Saying your weapon won't drop. Ah, is that where the Tiggs boom came from? Because I was wondering out loud earlier if that was, like, if you got that on the run. But no, this was today. Let's just click almost any enemy and they just unrender the pixels out of existence. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So the spark plug tech is cool. Now, if I was running this like competitively for the content, I would probably not be using fractal frags. Well, this does give some clear ability. You know what? I'm curious. I'm curious. We're gonna get on the other remote ranger save. Glad to see melee friends hasn't evolved. I mean, it's high value. You agree, Kevin? He's just catting. Yes, cat. You are a cat. Let's get on the proper remote ranger save, and I want to try out launchpad there. Frozen Heart Mantis, Sparkplug Launchpad, Clone with Anarchy. Yeah, this tree will work. Having proliferation would be kinda nice. I won't have CCC though, is the thing. I can scrap some blue tree. We're making another save. Splug Deathless for Urad. Yeah, Urad makes sense. But I want to try Terror Cryo. Like, one thing you could get with the Urad butter is you could try ASE Fire, because it won't get the scaling, but I don't think you need the scaling to ensure kills with how much damage you're going to be doing with those Novas. Like, I think the basic enemies are still likely to die from an element matched ASE 50. That's my theory, anyway. So the rename of the copy, stomach, of this save that I just made is 4124 AABC. I have too many saves. Breakpoint calculator, mumble mumble. You stop it. Stop at this instant. Can't spell out cistern, so we'll put sister. You just doxed my name. What my stomach did? Apologies. Weird champ. Good, since I don't remember, it was a grenade annoyance since you were at an overcharge denies the existence of terror. You could still have damage and fire rate on the grenade by having generation somewhere else, like on a different weapon. But yeah, I think ASC 50 fire seems like the play. Like, you wouldn't have any V1 if you did that, but like, you could track which waves you would need V1 for and just start shooting your GA for cook a combo right before you hit the button. It's not much, but hey, like a 4% fresh malt is still pretty good. What stuff shares between normal and TVHM? Crew challenges, so stuff like zero targets, hammerlock hunts, all those. That's it. I Echo's cosmetics. Well, yeah, that's on the character. So, yeah, those things. The only thing the TVHM does differently is mission progress. Just like missions. Guess fractal frags. Trick of the Light seems scary. Like a Ghost would be completely useless in Cistern, but Trick of the Light seems scary. Because I will cry on myself. But if I hit myself with something, I'm just gonna die anyway. So I may as well. Echo Cosmetics or profile. Yeah, you're correct. Bank stuff. Yeah, that's all profile. So go back to what I was saying. Shows you how often I do TVHM. I don't remember. That shit works. It's just a new game plus, and I don't really care much for that. So Adrenaline is more cooldown, but I don't know if that's useful here. I think Ready for Action for CCC usage is correct here. Surprise the occasion helped me. I think we go Stiff Upper Lip. Brain Freeze. Best Serve Cold might be okay. Great, since you're self-damaged either water or barrels, you go down regardless. Pick up an Echo Log with Amara, same Echo will be there for Zane. No. Echo skins are how Jaybridge said. Echo logs, like, nobody cares about. So, but yeah, those will be there for you to pick up again. If I'm gonna shoot the GA for Cook a Combo occasionally, Deja Vu makes sense. Hey, Iterative Ship, how you doing? Specific build you doing? I'm doing some remote ranger stuff for Cistern of Slaughter. I'm not quite pushing speedruns, but I'm just optimizing and trying stuff out. Can max Headsman's Hand. Could get another Best Serve Cold. We'll take this, because that'll help Sparkplug clear. Oh yeah, I wanted more proliferation. That's what I'm missing out on. Okay, that's what I'm missing out. I guess I don't need proliferation.
Figure it out!
Oh, snuck that one in there. Nice, Priz. I was wondering who was gonna do it. It was gonna be you or Pupty. No, I kind of like Refreshment here. Now, it says with his weapon. Does anyone know if it means with his weapon? I'll check. Okay, let me know. We'll give clone a nice... I mean, I guess non-Ellie Anarchy is still the play. Cover for immunities. And just see what happens. Here's the Frozen Heart. I need one with Action Skill Star, though. I knew someone was going to say thank you for testing. Why are you like this? Need a spark plug launch pad. It's not the right button. Area cryo shock right now. Do I want movement speed? No. No, I don't. I like this conductor. Yeah, because we need a good misfortune point. And Cryo Anarchy, because Overcharge Frozen Heart prevents CCC. Ah. Fair enough. I feel like a Cryo Hunter Seeker would be ideal here. So let me get that. Should work for all damage sources. Cool. Thank you, sir. Should work for clone too. Yeah, salvation works on clone, so that doesn't surprise me. Oops, gotta make more room. And drop some of the testing weapons. Because I did clone this save. Okay, Sparkbug Launchpad, Shock, Cryo, AoE. Mitosis Hunter Seeker, damage and fire rate. Although, maybe I can't. No, I need generate terror. Generate terror so I can ASE terror. ASE terror. We'll do that. Name a save you haven't either cloned or copied from. I can't. You need degenerates, you came to the right place. Okay, so keep that in case I need to get myself up, I guess. But my weapon choices don't really matter too much here. I guess an EMP5 for if I need to zip around. And then I turned GR back on. Yeah, let's see how this does. Hey, Holo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're not already following Holo, please do the thing. How'd stream go? What you got up to? Ooh, Wonderlands. I've been putting together some Wonderlands build ideas and having some conversations behind the scenes on Wonderlands build stuff. Probably gonna stream that in soon. Late one year, but those of you who might not know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff, Borderlands, Wonderlands, other games in general. Currently we're messing around with some Zane stuff in Cistern of Slaughter. The command in the title, exclamation point trials, shows the leaderboards for time trials for clear of certain content, and I'm just trying out the current tech that's like the leader for Zane Cistern speedruns, just because I'm curious, seeing if I can make some adjustments and spins on it to be fun and quirky. You know, ever start making a build off for Wonderlands? Yes. Rune is doing the majority of the work on that, but I am assisting as are Sen and Viper. It's in progress. Not done yet, but it's in progress. Mostly due to Rune's hard work. But yeah. Got to meet new friends tonight as well. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Let me pop these barrels before we... For anyone who doesn't know, for this particular piece of content, the fastest way to clear on Zane is by spamming a frozen heart and having DigiClone go do its thing. We're gonna try some of that. You over there. Hokage still like the name. A frost skag. My worst nightmare. The reason why I have this. I need a better weapon for dealing with those. Yeah, I have no way of dealing with cryo-immune enemies. I just have to hope Sparkplug will eventually kill them. Rocket boots next. It's hard to slide in this arena, but maybe. Talking about how much more versatile Deathless is for VH's BO3 that is in Wonderlands. Met someone tonight, didn't know who I was, and said in chat, love to see someone make a Deathless build out of Amara. Oh yeah, that's your whole thing. Had a great laugh, showed a clip, as if to say you couldn't. I love Deathless on Amara. Deathless is such a useful build tool. It's just, people who downplay Deathless Artifact in BO3, it's a self-report on the fact that they only use lifesteal. That's it. That's all it is. Now, it's definitely something that's reinforced by how a lot of content is presented, like the idea that you need lifesteal or else you can't do anything, but like you could also just play in a way where things die before they hurt you, get alternative forms of survivability, or minimize incoming damage through not taking the damage in the first place. So yeah, I'm sure you know and have explained all these things. But it is always a self-report on what people haven't done when they say what can't be done. Yeah, that Nova range is crazy. Miss the days of Flybad was a simpler time. Also got to teach someone a few things about Wonderland's companion builds, Blight Caller. Overall, super good night. Hey, love to hear it. Love to hear it. Figured I'd mess around with some Zane stuff today, ahead of possibly going for some speedrunning stuff, be it on Flak or on Zane. What happens if I put clone there? I don't think I've ever tried that spot. Do all the things, get all the times. I have an Amara time to reclaim now as well, thanks to CZ putting up a new record for True Malo takedown. That's gonna take me a while to like get good enough to improve though. Stupid MTD. I hate running that category. The RNG is just ugh. Rage. See, Bra gets it too. It's ugh. GTD, my beloved. I guess the launch pad doesn't have too much use here because the ranged enemies are getting killed by Mantis and Frozen Heart before it's useful. Miss Chick, Miss TV, Miss Sock. Thank you for the 18 months. Our second child together. Welcome to the world, little Mr. TV Juractic. You still owe me child support.
our second child together. Welcome into the world, little Mr. TV, J-U-R-R rat chick.
J-U-R-R. Got 70 Monopoly dollars. Hope that helps. It does, actually. Hey, Butter, are you still here? In some form or fashion, near every person on Twitch owes the other person on Twitch child. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Soccer chick life. I agree before. Enemies? Just kinda didn't want to spawn there. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, Launchpad doesn't do what I'd hoped it would for this. It's helping me keep terror up when I'm not spark plugging. So that's cool. Hey, there's a Cold Warrior that's honestly not terrible in here. A Snowdrift, you need one for a low-level playthrough. Some decent stuff. Looks pretty fast. Yeah, this is just kind of an alteration of what Butter ran for the current record. So maybe I'll run this. Maybe I'll run this, even though this category is kind of hell because of how optimized it is. Although, no, I'm not upkeeping Terra with Launchpad. Now that I think about it, I'm upkeeping Terra through that. Oh yeah, I need to do my taxes. I could just leave it for the last day, as is tradition. Goofy Chick TV. Listening can't answer for the next 5 minutes. Okay, okay. All good. I think I know the answer to the question already anyway, so it's fine. So I'm trying to think, things I can do. So what are the problem areas right now? Cryo-immune enemies in those first couple waves. Occasionally I do run out of charges. And I'm wondering if the answer to that is pulling some blue tree. Like, dumping some points from violent speed so I can get proliferation. I feel like that's the answer, because I don't need to move around particularly often. I have refreshment, so I don't need salvation. And I'm not really even getting hit to begin with. So if we pull from blue, I need 5 more to get proliferation. Could go down to 1 violent speed. Which sounds cursed, but like... And I think I would run wet work and proliferation. A respec here. I always forget if the circles of slaughter have them. My son suddenly wondering what a chat GPT bot would act like in a Twitch stream. Would act like the random first time chatters you get backseating. Slow Zane equals fast Zane. Yeah, giving up move speed for other stuff. Very un-Zane-like. So yeah, in this build we've sacrificed blue tree for more green tree. Just Zane things. And yeah, spark plug. URAD makes sense with how Launchpad doesn't have a lot of value. But I'm inclined to go Vic Rush so I can keep Terra Cryo. Like if I do this, yeah, we'll get one of those. We'll get one of those. That. Let me respec first. I'm gonna put a close to the mystery of this frozen heart out freeze enemies. It's a built-in function, no cryo efficiency or whatever. It touches the enemy, it freezes them. That's definitely the most logical way. Yeah. Definitely the most logical. Okay, so we go Renegade. Go Deja Vu and 1 mana focus. Commitment, Headsman's Hand. Fugitive. Tunnel Vision, I guess. Deja Vu. Okay. Well, lets me get a point in proliferation. Or not a point. Lets me select proliferation. We go proliferation and wet work. So in case I hit an enemy with a cannon, they're more than likely gonna die. And that means that they'll just explode into a puddle. I lose the cryo efficiency bonus from Colder Shoulder, but since Frozen Heart doesn't benefit from that anyway, I'm cool with that. Why does Grass Nova's rocket? Yeah, because not every shield anoint that makes Novas will inherit the Frozen Heart. It's at least the Grasp Novas. And it doesn't inherit for, like, Stinger or anything like that, yeah. Brain Freeze. Adrenaline potentially has value, but I'm going to go with Stiff Upper Lip and Rise to the Occasion for consistency. Max Best Serve Cold. I'll avoid really expensive jacket this time. Comical Collected. Refreshment. We have 2 points left. Is it just 2 violent speed? I think just 2 violent speed makes the most sense. Because I'm not going to need to move around much, but a little bit helps. did I need? Spark plug, Vic Rush. I do get some movement speed from Victory Rush, so that'll be nice. AoE. Cryo damage. Should we just go double cryo? Yeah, I feel like that's actually the play. Just double cryo. So why does that function work and not others? So like, why does that Amara Anoint inherit the Frozen Hearts function, but not like any other shield specific functions that we know of? Is the question. Yeah, why Frozen Heart and not like Stinger? Maybe Stinger is a damage source thing, but you get what I'm getting at. Okay, so we have bonus shock damage from Conductor. And from Terror Cryo. Save quit here, and I'll pull up a timer. Function need to exist in the Anoint too. Believe in its values. Would need to be set to default values. Possible the other shields don't have any functions to do anything like it. That would make sense. Heard that as Amara's Nova Grasp with Anoint inherits the Frozen Heart trait when the Frozen Heart's equipped. Yeah, that's correct, Ken. That's correct. That's what we're discussing. That's been known for a long time, but it was, for a long time, it was like, why? Like, Frozen Heart guarantees freeze things, but for a while the question was, is it just because it has really high cryo efficiency? No, it's just, it freezes. That's it. It just freezes. Back, what was the question? The question was what your class mod looks like in the run, but I think I have an idea anyway. Conductor with 1 point Good Misfortune, and then splash radius action skill damage. Seems like the most logical thing. Maybe you have Hyperion crit over action skill damage, but probably not. Or there's different code for Frozen Heart Novas. Well, the way CZ explained it is Frozen Heart specifically just has a thing attached to it where it says this always freezes that nothing else has. And maybe Snowshoe has it. How does Snowshoe factor in here, CZ? But like the question is why Amara's Anoint grabs it. Like that's still the weirdness. 5 borrow time, AoE damage, radius, action skill damage. You don't run Good Misfortune? Anywhere? Or do you take enough blue to have Good Misfortune? Because Borderlands spaghetti, it do be like that. Make sure I didn't miss any barrels. Just CCC? I guess that makes sense. But like, I like the safety net. But then again, yeah, no, CCC kind of covers that. I suppose it doesn't matter in the end. I'll just keep it this way. Yeah, I don't think it matters, genuinely. So I don't expect this to be a good run. I've not run this category in a while, and I'm still kind of learning how to do this. Snowshoe doesn't have that function at all, it must be freezing things in a different way. So is Snowshoe doing it through cryo efficiency, is the question. Oh, this is just totally not going where I was aiming it. That's cool. Yeah, there's wet work triggering. Frost Skags. Not okay. Forgot I never actually grabbed a solution for those. The solution is currently praying. Yeah, I don't know what to do about frost enemies. I gotta revisit that.
Figure it out!
Scared the shit out of me. Well done. Well done, Brendan. How you doing? Excuse me? Of course it would be something named Prismatic that gives me trouble. You're at personal counter cryo immunity. It makes sense now. Yeah. I understand the logic. Proud of it, you would be. Hey, Rune. Tried asking the Cryoskags to kindly not. I haven't, to be honest. Perhaps I should. Oh. And they're up there. It's toxic. Let me up. Okay, yeah, let me say quit out of that. Guess they did kindly not. Urad makes sense. Urad makes sense. That's cold. I see what you did there. Alright, let's try Urad then. This means I don't need refreshment, although that does help the clone stay alive. But he doesn't need it. He's fine. He's chilling. He's okay. But now the question is, artifact passives. Do I still stick with double cryo, or do I slot in rad somewhere? I feel like I don't want rad to do a majority of the damage, because then I would potentially be losing out on other things. Oh, getting some rad damage would help rad explosions if that were to happen. I think I'll just stick with double cryo. Anytime clone needs healing, his frozen heart will deal with that. That checks out. So we run that. Yeah, that makes sense. Different gun on clone we were checking. Thing is, we want something that's really good cryo that clears well. Anarchy is hard to argue with. Like, you could get good value out of a boogeyman on clone, for example, but the question is, will that ever be better than an anarchy once it's been stacked? And I don't see a situation where it would be. Something like a Herald could be okay, but if anything ever gets close to him, he's dead, and the projectiles are slow. Maybe like a Soul Render would be okay. It would still have the he would die if close and the skulls are slow issues. A Chaos could be good. A Cryo Chaos. That might actually go pretty well. Trying to think of other stuff. Let's look at Loot Lemon real quick. For some inspiration. Need for clear speed, extremely good cryo efficiency. Like I said, it's hard to argue with, but I do still want to look. Because you don't know what you don't know, right? Alright, let's see. Elements, cryo. Anarchy, of course, first on the list. Babymaker wouldn't be it, because Clone doesn't reload. Backburner's slow and risky. Bangerang, it doesn't reload. Beacon is slow, and Clone doesn't handle charge-up guns that aren't named Plasma Coil very well. A lot of these speak for themselves. Bloodstar Beast, slow. Boogeyman would be okay. Lootlemon, gotta loot them all. Or thinking it's a solution to Cryo Sky problem, but you can't budge on Cryo. Yeah, clone freezing things is really important for CCC because it lets us spam more Mantis. Because like if we don't get the charges back from our own, then clone will give them back. Give clone a cryo route. Time trials banned. Contain blast is too slow. Convergence bad against moving enemies. Dark Army. The bullets won't ever be cryo from the drones following it because clone doesn't get reload effects. And the bullets from the Dark Army itself are slow. Hail, it just wouldn't aim very well. Hydrofrost, limited range. Chaos is a maybe. Lucian's Call, I don't think it's gonna crit enough. I don't think it's gonna crit enough. Like, maybe. Liuda? Honestly, maybe. I like trying out different stuff. Anyone ever given Clone a Moonfire? I don't imagine it's very practical, but it seems cool. Needle gun, too limited on range. Peer-to-peer networker. Re. Rebound, too slow projectiles. Redistributor might honestly be okay. There's a nightly, you know? I know I've done it before, I can't remember how it worked. Cool. Eager to hear back. $10-gallon seems like it'd be good, but again, clone doesn't get reload effects, so that would suck. Butcher? I actually don't know how clone would handle that. Other questions. Anyone ever given clone a Monarch? Does Monarch and non-bipod do okay on clone? Alright, we got a bunch of maybes here. Chaos, Solutions, Call, Liuda, Moonfire. It's like a separate thing. I'll move that. Redistributor, Butcher, Monarch, Tizzy. I still feel like Anarchy is just gonna be the option, but I am curious to see how some of these do. I'm gonna try a Chaos. Go to the max damage spreadsheet. Moonfire Rita's bad on clone. Yeah, Rita's probably needs you to keep him amping it. And Moonfire, I imagine he doesn't shoot it very frequently. Like, if you're running Barrier, and you just drop your Barrier in front of Clone, then it actually does good Redistributor damage. But it's, you know, big opportunity cost there with you using Barrier outside of a meme. What's this for? Clone weapon. SMG clone AI makes me incredibly angry. There's exceptions, right? Like, clone with a plasma coil is good, but mostly just because plasma coil forces itself to fire a certain number of shots. So clone fanning the trigger in a really weird way doesn't matter, because you'll just get the same amount of shots. So that's why it can be argued that situationally clone is better than radical. Coil is better than radical for clone, specifically. Shoots like 3 bullet burst. Oh yeah, that's trash then. Argument for Tizzy, I'm scared of clone AI that is an AR shotguns or coil. Yeah. I need to make more room. I have too much shit. Let's try Chaos. So I can pull that refreshment point now. Let's go back to Sanctuary. Need to respec. We're gonna pull the refreshment point. We'll be able to get something else useful. I turned off GR, right? Yeah. that there, that there, that there. How does Clone do with Light Show? Not bad. Clone will kill himself with Chaos. Yeah, but the, we have him out of range of the enemies, bro, so, like, I want to see how long it'll be before he kills himself. I know it'll happen eventually, but I don't think it'll happen soon. I'll never really swap, so which one's real won't have too much value, huh? But I don't want Clone to die from me barreling myself. I also don't want Clone to accidentally binary system something. I guess we take which one's real anyway. Okay, so we got 3 points to play around with. Mantis does not benefit from the secondary cooldown of Sheer Will, and I'm refreshing charges fast enough that I don't know that Sheer Will has any value here. Clone Light Show's fine, but Spread isn't okay. Yeah, Clone doesn't get your accuracy stuff, to my knowledge. It's like another stick him in close range with it type situation, but at that point, like, why does he not have a Sandhawk, you know? Any more value we can get in Green Tree? Not really. Does action skill start Anoint turn off Nerves of Steel? I never thought about that before, but it seems like it would. And that's just tragic. I don't need fire rate reload speed. I can't really benefit from a Racer here. Unless my Hunter Seeker bullets get a crit. Then I guess a Racer would happen. But like, that doesn't seem common or useful. But maybe for 1 point, it's not the worst idea in the world. Like, these are pretty much just filler points. 1 Eraser, 2 Violent Speed? Fuck it. Clone Anarchy. Oh yeah, Clone gets that, huh? Yeah, that makes sense. Shouldn't need more than 1 point with the amount of HP these enemies have. Ready for action, cooldown rate for clone recharge right after button press. I feel like commitment and topped off is enough, but yeah, I could see it being desirable. Wait, yeah, I took Rise to the Occasion. That should be adrenaline. Oops. Back to Sanctuary. I forgot Deathless. Reflex. I feel like it's only a matter of Zane playtime before we start debating if green really is better than flat purple. I mean, we've already agreed that it is. Like, Zane Green Tree has multiple skills that you can legitimately build around that are good. It's just mostly shit. Whereas Flak Purple has, like, 2 skills that are good, with even more opportunity costs. And Adrenaline not ready for action. Yeah, I already have ready for action. Yeah. You'll doubt it after staring at some of it. I don't think I will. Because more of Zane Green works. And at the time when this skill tree was created, a lot of this stuff made sense. Whereas at no point did Flak Purple make sense. like early in the game's life, at launch, Mayhem 3, where you could freeze everything pretty reasonably by just critting it with a brain freeze, with like a Maggie, which is what people usually did. Calm Cool Collected was a good centerpiece for builds, and it just let you keep your defensive stuff up at all times, and it worked. At no point was building around fuzzy math ever logical in terms of player power or better than anything else you could do. You lose less damage by investing into Zane's worst tree than you do by investing into Flack's worst tree. Zane's green tree never lowers your output beyond what you would have with 0 skill points. Flack's purple, if you invest, you can lower your damage below what you would have with 0 skill points. Now you have the argument that the augments for barrier in this tree are very janky, most of them, but like more janky than Flax. Not more janky than Flax pets are. What? How? Because Monkey Do. Monkey Do forces your shot to be non-elemental, which can be less damage. So it's literally worse than not spending skill points. So I don't need Renegade either. Unless I go Mana Focus. Tunnel Vision, 1 Deja Vu. Uh-oh, spaghetti code. Monkey Do in tier 1 or 2 would be interesting with low opportunity cost. I could see there being niche stuff to grab it to use Ellie Lock launchers. Yeah, Ellie Lock launchers, Ellie Locked single projectile high damage guns in general, like Masterwork Crossbow, Nukem. It could be cool there, but it costs 15 skill points, 16 to get to your first point. Now, luckily, it's bugged to not scale with investment, so any more than 16 points is just a waste unless you're going for the pet side of things. But like 16 skill points for something that still situationally lowers your damage, and those 16 points could go into any of the other trees. Literally all 3 of the other trees increase your damage more by spending 16 points. It's just, there's no justification. It is simply always bad. Now, you can do it for memes, but it's never good. Hey, newbie. How are you? Yeah, Schadenfreude and, which one's real, I guess. So we have 2 points left. I could go Violent Speed, I could go Eraser, I could go Adrenaline. I think I still like the idea of Violent Speed, because I could get 7% cooldown per point here. I could get more Eraser damage, but that's not necessary because the existence of Eraser is enough when you already do damage. And then this is just movement speed the whole time. 16% movement speed, I feel, is more valuable. Got a shiny Frigibax. Ooh, that's sick. Almost impossible to see. I have 3 different shiny Hawluchas. I've never shiny hunted Hawlucha. I've just run around and it's like, hey, shiny Hawlucha. I don't know why it keeps happening to me. But 3. I got a shiny Ampharos from a random Mareep that I was walking by while I was doing raids with Glenny. I shiny hunted Dratini, Floatzel, Toxtricity, bunch of others, but like the accidental ones were Mareep and 3 different Hawluchas. Much more chill than Scarlet. Yeah, it's super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, I shiny hunted Clodsire. That one was fun. Took me a while. I did get an accidental shiny Psyduck. Forgot about that one too. That was the first shiny I got. I was shiny hunting Wooper and I got a Psyduck. I was like, oh, cool. Speaking of which, need to figure out how to take down Titan Northworm with only physical attackers. Flamigo. Flamigo with low kick. I suppose Hawlucha could do it too. You can just go and get those early enough, and then boom. Not been one of my encounters as of yet. Ah, yeah, this is your hardcore Nuzlocke. Clodsire, we love Clodsire. Alright, yeah, let's try Chaos. Lurking time again, sounds good. I don't really have time to spark plug with this build, huh? I don't think there's a prefix that helps more. Like, maybe Atom Bomb, but enemies are dying before they get dotted. I guess Last Stand would give a little bit of tank. I don't need that. Interesting problem to have. Awkward terrain. Last Stand D. This monkey do's actual percent 87. Just fucking random. Like, why is it 87? I don't understand. Clone died at some point. Yeah, I'm surprised Clone's killing himself that easily with Chaos. Like, I thought I positioned him out of range, but... Potential dumb question, never dug too deep into the science why a Sparkplug Launchpad. Currently I'm running Sparkplug Deathless, but earlier it was Launchpad just because the rockets count as slide damage, as do the Sparkplug coils. And sometimes I run a Generate Terror melee anoint. That anoint includes sliding and slamming damage in the trigger condition, so it just lets you maintain terror very effectively. Also, the Launchpad rockets are homing, and they don't do much damage, but with investment, they do enough to kill, like, enemies of this level of HP. Wow, Embers, you're really giving me that kind of RNG? It's toxic. Maybe we'll leave Clone up here. Keep him out of harm's way. Clone is black belt and killing himself. It really feels that way. Like, he's not close enough that that should be happening, but it just is. And yeah, that's not killing as fast as Anarchy does. I saw him shooting that enemy and it didn't immediately evaporate. For Chaos, he probably needs a shield that helps him, like an Old God, or a Super Soldier, or an Infernal Wish. But he just doesn't get that in this setup. Lead Sprinkler. Provided he crits, I could see it being very good. But the thing is, getting Clone to crit consistently with anything is very, questionable. Certain targets he will, but certain targets he won't. Or like Ember's non-purge. Try Cryo times 3 Leota. Yeah, Leota was on the list of ones I wanted to try. Because, like, that should work out pretty well. He's at a good range for it. Does he reload the times 2 very often, brah? Is there any case for the times 1? Or should I just go straight to times 2? I also no longer remember the spawns here, which is kind of a problem. Wow, Clone. That was so satisfying. As soon as I talk shit about Clone hitting crits, he just goes and does that. Reload time is buffed, so it's really short. Cool, yeah, times 2 makes sense then. This will probably finish in, like, the high 8s for a time, which isn't bad, considering I'm not paying too much attention, and I don't remember the spawns at all. Also, I didn't get a couple of the notable AI skips, but that's okay. Like, I'm genuinely not getting much opportunity to splug. Just, I can't think of anything better. That's an Anarchy moment. That would have killed. So low 9s. Yeah, Anarchy definitely way better here. Good to know, though. I'm gonna try the Leota next. Also, I have to pee. About 9-10. Okay. Chaos works, but he does occasionally just inexplicably blow himself up. Boogeyman's also good here, because the skulls will actually kill against this level of content. So it gives him another way of doing multi-target, but Leota hits faster, and when sweet spotting, potentially harder, given the way Clone fires. Oh, that's a Hell Shock. Nice. Splash isn't useless on it, but, you know, it's a Hell Shock. Alright, we'll fast travel over there. I'll run to the bathroom. BRB. Okay, be back. Or Hellshock. Hellshock's good. It's just, you know, other stuff's crazy. Pistols in this game are crazy. The function that's meant to retrieve the value from Monkey Do is broken. Of course it is. Like most of the things in Purple Tree. It just did not get QA time. That is the only explanation. It just did not get QA time. What about Sandhawk? Sandhawk's projectiles are slow, and it's got limited range. Sandhawk would do more damage than a lot of other options, but the thing to keep in mind here, Bookworm, is we don't need damage as much as we need speed. Cistern enemies don't have much health. Yeah, let's get that Leota. Next damage spreadsheet. Leota. Shall count 2. Man, community resources make testing stuff so much easier in this game. It's fantastic. Cryo. Urad. Okay, let's try this. Still think I'd be using Long Musket if it wasn't for the Twitch and BO3 community. There's just so much to know about this game, and like, you learn new things every day. Even with the ridiculous amount of combined playtime we have among myself and the regulars here. Like, between myself and Bratuha, I believe that's 14,000 hours. So, yeah, that's just between 2 people. And then there's all of you guys with... I imagine the regulars here all at least have a few hundred hours. Just because we like this game too much. And keep in mind, that's just playtime. That is not time spent on learning the game. And that's important to keep in mind. Over 6,400 at this point. Yeah, so between me, Broad, and Sen, 20,000 hours. A little over 6K. Bookworm brings us up to 26,000. A little over 1K. There's still so much I have to look up. I have to look up and be corrected on stuff often. Because there's too much information for one brain to retain. Shy of 2K, and Priz retired early. That's 2K in like the first year of the game. That's discounting all of the time spent theory crafting while not in the game. That adds up too. Actually hit that one directly. You guys proud of me? What was I near? Home stuff. Barrel moment. Also, why does Ember's Purge hate me? I think that was my own Hunter Seeker getting me, to be honest. Put down the barrel. this enemy? Oh. In a very awkward spot. Yo, where's my puddles? Gun is being unkind to me. Leota's looking good, though. I still think Anarchy's probably better. This game crossplay? Yes. Full crossplay. Would a Butcher work? Butcher might. The thing with the Butcher to keep in mind, Bookworm, is Clone's AI handles different kinds of guns different ways, and shotguns, it doesn't tend to shoot very frequently. Now, there's exceptions, like, Clone will shoot a Hellwalker quickly, because it's reloading, so it's like, oh yeah, I'll just shoot it again. But with a Butcher, he's likely to just shoot slowly, and that kind of removes the main draw of the gun, right? Not me actually having to aim. What is this? I'm using a frozen heart, yet I'm still aiming. Nah, I was one cycle ahead. Whoopsie. Bad memory. It's just a fun activity to run. Like, it's gonna take a while before I can put up anything competitive for this category, even versus my own previous times here. But, like, this is just a fun activity. I really like it. All of the slaughters are really enjoyable in this game. We don't have a BL2 situation where, you know, magic slaughter Omega lol. Probably finish around the same time as the last run. Anarchy really hard to match. I wonder how much work Best Served Cold is doing here. It's hard to even see when it happens. Oh, this engorged rack hiding from me is toxic. Shimmer, why you cute? Fish stripes. How you doing? Yeah, 901. So a little bit faster. Still gotta get a lot faster, but not bad for derust and experimentation. How'd dinosaurs go extinct? Clone. Wouldn't surprise me, Tom. Aiming with the frozen heart? I am, Butter. I'm aiming with the mantis. Because, like, sometimes the racks are just out of range if you don't have elevation, like this pile. But for the most part, they're not. Like, any flying enemies that spawn from up there and then fly up, I have to hit with the mantis, or, you know, up there and up. Well, like, as long as they don't fly above that spot right there, then they still get hit. And also, because I am running wet work, I do benefit from hitting enemies with the mantis a lot. The racks above crates, I just stand on top of the pipe. That pipe? Or that pipe? Mr. Mantis? Mr. Barrier? This pipe. I assume this one. The pipe the Vark gets stuck in. Oh, so that one over there. I guess that gives enough elevation. This kind of... Can you have clone up here? I've never tried this. Was able to get Samurai this morning? Nice, nice. Took a while. What'd you end up bringing? Do I change anything skill tree wise? I don't think I need to. So, like, Embers isn't doing as well for a get-up weapon as I wanted it to. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'll just stick with it anyway. I could just use a Pestilence. No, I want to have a little range. I want to have a little bit of range. But Pestilence would also be good. D-Knight, it's been the most consistent. Allies were Belly Bolt and Vaporeon. Mud Slap, Acid Spray, spam into Air Slash. Checks out. I was thinking about doing that Drift Bloom set. Drift Bloom sounds like a solid bet. I'm gonna try other stuff first that I happen to already have, I think. But like Drift Bloom sounds good. Because you can skill swap Shell Armor onto yourself. And then you just like, you're good. You're chilling. Just Night Slash would still be kind of scary. But once you Terra Flying, you drop the Dark weakness. Radical, because your spec has VM. Even without VM, I'm probably still able to kill. Not with that Anoint, though. I don't have an appropriate Radical. Okay, Luda worked out well. I might try that for other content. For now, though, we'll do that. I don't know, I sent around only clicks Mega Horn into D-Knight. Yeah, like, I mean, maybe it sees that as highest damage. Like, it probably doesn't see the high crit ratio thing on its moves. So, like, it knows Bulldoze, Drill Run won't work. It knows Aqua Cutter is resisted. It sees Night Slash as neutral. And it sees Mega Horn as doing more damage than Night Slash, even though Night Slash is neutral. Because, like, have it, but then it gets stabbed. So, even a resisted Mega Horn is higher base. But, like, Night Slash would hit harder. But it doesn't know that. So, it'd probably do the same thing against Salamence. And I think Salamence would be good because you get that early Intimidate. How you doing, Xantix? Let me know if I got that correct. Yeah, cool. Welcome in. Multi-scale's busted in raids. Doesn't surprise me. Salamence could D-dance into dual wing beat. Yeah. I do have a Salamence. It's currently a special attacker, but I could just retrain it. I think it's a Salamence you traded me, actually. Because it's a Violet exclusive, right? That was a good clone placement. No. God damn it. Barrel fog. Embers, why are you like this? Give me a puddle. It just doesn't give me a puddle. It just won't. Zane, your main? No, I play Flak the most. But I do play all the Vault Hunters. Zane is actually my least favorite, but I do enjoy certain flavors of Zane gameplay, such as this. This is, as you can see, it's not a gun build. One of the things that bores me about Zane is so many of the builds are just like, hey, shoot gun in different flavor. And if I wanted to do that as my core gameplay, probably wouldn't be playing much Borderlands. I like the weirder stuff, the non-gun. That's what interests me the most in this game. So that's what we're doing. there's that. Lost some time there. I'm only about 30 seconds behind right now. Like, I lose all my time early. I think that's interesting. Skill issue. Skill issue. Come on, clone. Get the kill. Amara, Flak are definitely my tops. Yeah, Flak followed by Amara for me. Followed by Mose, followed by Zane. Cool thing about BL3 though is all the Vault Hunters are fun in their own ways. Sometimes you just gotta find the correct playstyle for you on a character. But with that said, Flak and Amara definitely match my tastes more without having to fiddle. My top is not Zane. Well, you're a build crafter as well, Swin. You like playing less straightforward stuff. Defying expectations. That's what makes a good theory crafter. Nah. Zane is simply the least suited to that. Just because he's very straightforward. Until you get to weird stuff like this, which is... Oh, a Zane build with almost no blue tree that doesn't shoot guns is not how a lot of Zane players would play the game. Oh, fuck off. Embers actually gave me a puddle hog. Airfix Moses bear mech thing, you're gonna have to be more specific. Shaggy 2-dopes. What specifically wasn't working that you're asking about? Or was working too well? Gonna have to narrow it down. The mech not scaling to mayhem? Yeah, that was fixed pretty quickly. Yeah, it's been fixed for... I want to say that was fixed within like 2 weeks of it coming out. For the for Cub. For Bear, they fixed that within 3 months of the Mayhem 2.0 update. So yeah, it fixed a while ago. Scales too well. Yeah, but that's not the Mayhem scaling's fault, that's just its per level scaling. Fun little factoid about Iron Bear, they made it scale faster than anything else scales per character level in the game. Most things use the magic number of 1.09 to the power of whatever level it is. Whereas Iron Bear is 1.11 or 1.13, it's one of those. Basically, the higher level you are, the more Iron Bear gets buffed proportionally to everything else in the game. Which is, you know, like, they made that change at a time where that made sense, before Mayhem scaling was a concept, but they never took that away, and then they gave it Mayhem scaling, so now it just gets both of those things. 1.105, thank you, Chris. So now not only does it get the Band-Aid every other action skill gets, it also scales faster than everything else in the game. A lot of this is going to be user error, but Anarchy and Leota clearing at about the same pace is kind of cool. Yeah. 6 seconds behind the previous run. User error. It's more than 50% faster than everything else in the game. Iron Bear moment. We meme about it, but Iron Bear got buffed roughly every 3 months for about a year and a half. A couple of those were justified, most of them weren't. It's been a while since I played Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 changed a lot in its first 2 years. Changed a little bit in its third year. It has not changed since its third year. Other than crossplay being expanded to include PlayStation. From Cardboard Bear to Iron Bear. The thing is, it was good at launch, and then it started to fall behind in the Mayhem 4 update. So then they gave it that level scaling buff, and then it went back to being good. But then 2 weeks later, Mayhem 2.0 happened. And then it went back to being bad because it needed the action skill scaling that most action skills needed at that point. So then they gave it that, then it went back to being overpowered. But then, instead of reining it in at that point, they kept doing level cap increases, which because of that per level scaling, always buffs Iron Bear, whether you directly touch Iron Bear or not. And then DLC 5, they gave it another skill tree to benefit it, more class mods to benefit it. They introduced anoints that benefit it, and then with the crossplay patch, they buffed those anoints that benefit Iron Bear. So it's just like, wait, hang on, why? You could have stopped buffing this a year and a half ago, but you didn't. For me, BL2 and Wonderlands beat BL3 big time. BL1 was classic, pioneer its class. For me, BL3 is my favorite, followed by Wonderlands. Borderlands 2 would be my least favorite in the series by a country mile, but that's personal preference, and I think each of the games do something well. Iron Bear is a large mech, needs a lot of buffing to get the scratches out. So I like this. I like this. This is maybe a category I could see myself pushing. I don't see myself competing with Butter, but like, I could go for my own PBs. Let me look at the what's the cistern board look like? Yeah, I have 824 with the other version of the build that I've run here. Butter has 806. And Super has 8 minutes dead with Hustle Racer. Competing with Butter sounds like too much sweat. I've done it in some categories, but again, that's categories that I am good at, such as GTD. GTD is my jam. I play some BO3s, so I have free time to do it now. Let's go. A reason would be the story in BO3 is kind of met compared to 2. I'm of the opinion that people massively overrate Borderlands 2's story strictly because of the voice performance of Damian Clark in playing Handsome Jack. If you remove that, they ain't different. Borderlands has never had good story writing, to be honest. Fine, enough to get you through, sure. I don't think they created a story that works well as a story until Wonderlands. I think that was where they really hit it. Um, but like BL1's story was kind of background told through text logs, very subtle, sort of like Dark Souls world building in more modern gaming. Um, and then BL2 was just, hey, we're gonna distract you from the fact that nothing is happening with this cool villain. And then BL3, the villains didn't resonate as much with players, so they noticed the story quality in the background. It's as simple as that. And I think that one voice actor providing what is generally seen as one of the best voice acting performances in the entirety of the gaming space, I think that is different than the story he's in being good. That's my opinion. I agree with that take. I do think the game is just a lot more challenging to play through than BL3 or just Cakewalk. Yeah, depending on what you're doing, yeah, that can absolutely be true. There's a reason why you see a lot of one-lifers still running BL2, even ones who don't have that weird hate boner for BL3 that a lot of them do. But you'll see a lot of challenge runners who still just prefer BL2 because the length of content you can do in like a leveling playthrough, there's more focus on that side than the endgame side. BL3 is an endgame playground. Um, you have a lot more to do and like you have a lot more stuff in your toolbox as a builder in this game. So that's what this game does well. But in terms of if you like the playthrough experience, I do think more people gravitate towards BL2 for that. Much rather play a mediocre BL3 story once than a slightly better BL2 thrice. That too. As an endgame guy, I definitely did not enjoy having to do as many playthroughs as that game made me. Because even with a Fight for Sanctuary skip, which was a godsend, it let you just do one mission in your normal mode playthrough, and then you only have to do TVHM, UVHM. So only 2 playthroughs in terms of story completion. But like, with the way leveling worked in that game, you probably still had to do more, because doing those requisite 2 playthroughs doesn't get you anywhere near level 80. You need to either go farm some enemies or do more playthroughs, and since save quitting is the worst thing ever, I'd be more likely to do more playthroughs. So you're looking at 3, maybe 4. You know, like being at Pete's bar for hours? Not my jam. Not my thing. So I like the fact that in BL3, TVHM is just New Game Plus. It's not required for anything, doesn't grant any enhanced difficulty, any additional gear. Mayhem covers that. It's just New Game Plus, because that just gives more players more options. You can start doing your endgame stuff in about 10 hours rather than in about 30 hours. And I think that's good. Did not like doing OP stuff, but I did anyway, and I don't know why to this day. Because there's a lot of community pressure for that. In the Borderlands fandom, there's a lot of pushback on anyone who doesn't play at the max difficulty. You see it in all of the games, where they'll be like, yeah, just jump directly to Mayhem 10, like, or you could not. Eventually, a good portion of the community did accept that going to max OP level was not for them, which is why you see a lot of people who do BL2 endgame, they stop at OP 8 rather than going to 9 or 10. And then some people just ignore the OP level system entirely. And I think coming to that conclusion that, yeah, you don't need to go to the max is a healthy way of viewing difficulty in these games. I wish more people would look at it that way. Rather than trying to force everyone else to have fun your way. Or suffer your way in some cases. Because often you'll see the same people who are like, yeah, I can't clear anything, this game's balance sucks, are the ones telling people to be on the highest difficulty. And like, they don't They don't see the correlation somehow. Make game easier. Also, I can't do anything. Also, you need to play on the hardest one. Like, stressful. Stressful. All I had to do was read about OP levels, knew it wasn't for me. When Mayhem 2.0 was first announced, the first thing the endgame community was wary of was the similarities to OP levels. Like, we were all instantly like, uh-oh. And a lot of those fears did come to pass. It eventually got balanced in a way where, you know, there's very little overlap between Mayhem 10 and OP 10, but the similarities are the failures of both systems. There's no community pressure, just me and my brother on the PlayStation. I was like, yeah, okay. Then yeah, maybe it's just instinctively big number. First playthrough of BL3 was with modes, didn't touch endgame, came back relatively recently, went straight to Mayhem 11, run around waiting for Iron Bear to come back till I was geared. Iron Bear is a really useful gearing tool. Yeah, it doesn't require much to just slay the game. And it's interesting, we've discussed a lot how powerful Iron Bear is and how overbuffed it is. But the funny thing is, it's not the most, like, powerful action skill. It's not the most powerful outlet of damage in the game. Even on Mose herself, Mose is way stronger than Iron Bear is. Way stronger. It's just Iron Bear is simple, Iron Bear is safe, and Iron Bear doesn't require much gear. It's still overpowered, but it's also overhyped. Like, when you only need to hit a certain threshold of damage and clear efficiency to, you know, trivialize the game, yeah, that's enough. Players doing quadrillions of damage isn't needed when enemies have at most billions of health, and Iron Bear can handle things in the billions tier. So it's like, it's fine. Does Unweave go off card damage of the hit or the damage of the hit itself? That is a Mr. Sean question. Also felt incomplete and OP levels, like I didn't beat the game. I think that's a personal way of viewing difficulty that is and isn't compatible with certain games. Like, for some games, yeah, part of the experience is getting to the highest difficulty and clearing everything, but for some, it's not about that. Like, I'll reference Diablo 3 here. It took several years, I want to say about seven years after the introduction of the Greater Rift system, for people to, without, like, exploits and glitches and stuff, clear Greater Rift 150, which is the highest difficulty in the game. 99% of the player base does not get anywhere close to Greater Rift 150. And they're all okay with that. Because it's just something to progress towards. It's not, I need to be here. And that's sort of an attitude that's formed for you by how the game works. Like, you only get more Greater Rift tiers by clearing more Greater Rift tiers. So eventually you will hit a point where you can't earn any more. Most people don't go for T16. Yeah, there's 16 torment levels, which are like endgame difficulty. And before that, there's 5 other difficulty levels. So Diablo 3 has 21 difficulty levels before you get into the Greater Rift scaling, which increases enemy HP and damage exponentially as you go up. So the difficulty scaling gets, like, crazy high. And it just gives you more things to strive for. If you're familiar with how the chaos levels in Wonderlands work, a lot of similarities. But because a lot of the Wonderlands player base originates from Borderlands, they look at difficulty differently than the Diablo 3 fan base looks at it. So, like, you'll see people on Wonderlands who are like, I want to jump directly to the highest number, and if I don't absolutely destroy everything with no effort or game knowledge, then the game is shit and I quit. That's that attitude. Whereas with Diablo, it's like, hey, I want to see how far I can get my build. Just finished one of his first playthrough, now doing cast level grind. My advice with that is just keep in mind, you don't have to be on the biggest number. In fact, with the way the game works, there's some builds that just cannot hope to keep up on the biggest number, and that's not a bad thing. Certain builds will only scale to certain thresholds of challenge, and if you like a certain build concept, then find where it does well and where you feel challenged without feeling hopeless, and hang out there. I play most of my builds on KS 100, but there's some where I play on 60, because that's where the core interaction of the build can function. All gear in the game is available at Chaos 50, so anything after that, purely optional. And you can get to Chaos 50 very quickly since the Chaos 100 patch. Ouch. Stood in that barrel fog too long. Hey, Thermal. Still don't have the Dreadwind enchant? Yeah, you're really unlucky with that. I'm really sorry. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's an unfortunate straggler. Oh, how was that? It was the water. Oh, that's not the right gun. I don't have Doppelbanger either. Old you. That fixes that. It pulled me. It's toxic. Grinding anything in RE4R? Yeah, J-Bridge. I'm actually finishing out, some challenges and stuff. I've been practicing some speed strats. I'm not quite ready to say I'm learning the speedrun or anything, but I've been practicing some of the speed strats, and, I'm grinding out, like, A ranks. I'm not going for S+ yet. I'm grinding out A ranks for some of the, accessories. And then I'm gonna grind out S ranks, because I want, like, Ashley's armor so I can practice some of the stuff for an S+ run. I want to do S+ without, like, infinite weapons and stuff. S+ professional. I've been doing a lot of practice and playthroughs and learning how enemies work. There's some crazy stuff that's been found in, like, just the last couple days. Like, did you know, if you hit Ramon with a golden egg, it takes 70% of his HP? throw a fucking egg at him. That's not like a weapon called Golden Egg, chat, for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about. There's a boss in Resident Evil 4 Remake where if you throw a literal egg, it does 70% of his HP. An egg for these trying times. Boss has high cholesterol. You know, looking at him, probably does. Also, sniper rifles in that game are Omega cursed, and your hitbox gets, we'll use the scientific term, fucked. So you can clip through a lot of surfaces by aiming through your scope. Why, that's absurd. The short answer, based on current understanding, is your hitbox gets bigger when you're aiming through your scope. And you can use that to increase the radius with which you can interact with certain things. You can use that to confuse the AI. It's like, if you put your back to a wall, scope, and look down while holding down, like moving backwards, enemies stop attacking you because to them, you're out of bounds. Because half your hitbox is through the wall. It's kind of interesting. This clip through the doors can only be unlocked from the other side. That's the main use. Yeah. You can skip huge portions of the game doing that. There's also less, like, exploity stuff that's just kind of cool. Like the anti-aircraft gun that you blow up for Mike. You can blow that up with grenades or rockets. Doesn't have to be the turret. The wall that you blow up with the wrecking ball. You can just grenade that and weaken it. Or shoot it, even. There's a section in the castle where there's like an ambush, but if you time a grenade throw, you can hit the enemy that hits a certain switch during the cutscene, and then they can't hit the switch, so it just doesn't happen. So you just skip an entire room. Oh, 8:58. I wasn't really paying attention. That was a better run. Practice paying off. I lose a lot of time early in the run. Like, honestly, by the time we hit round 2, I've already lost too much time for it to be a good run. And that's just user error. That's what happens when you don't run a category for a long time. Like, if I'm not in round 2 by the 1 minute mark, I've fucked up. Hey, muck-a-muck. That's fun. Disruptor with a bunch of reload speed. Couldn't remember, so I had to look it up. It's 1.17 times per level for Greater Rift. Yeah, that's a lot. So the difference between one and the next is already huge. We want to play Dark Tide, but it has to come to console first. Gonna need something else to make builds with because I've done plenty of Wonderlands things. Why not BL3? Why not BL3? TGTD, I'm thinking of ditching Revolter using Frozen Heart. Or using the static fish bosses. Oh, for the unweave question. Mm. Yeah, like for bosses, fish alone is probably enough. Like, fish alone, even without static charge, is able to comfortably face bosses there, as long as you have some amount of investment in, like, a GA. With static charge, you should be able to phase Anathema consistently to fish every time, even without Revolter and stuff like that. On Scourge, you might find yourself throwing more fish, but UWL3 has a shield regenerating instantly. So there's this Guardian rank perk, Shield Reboot, where killing an enemy will trigger shield regeneration. So any damage I've taken, once I get a kill, it starts going off of my natural regen rate. It's interrupted by damage, just like with normal shield regen, but it just bypasses the delay mechanic. Yeah, it's a very good perk. Never like all the terror stuff in BO3, made a grenade build, needed a few better pieces of gear. I will say I enjoy building Wonderlands a lot more than I did BO3. Better player now than I was before. Basically had 4 gun builds and a grenade build in 3 years. Done far more than that in Wonderlands. I think if you take your Wonderlands mindset, Thermal, back into BL3, you'll have a better time. Because you're more open-minded, you're more well-versed with getting things that aren't guns to do damage. And BL3 is a playground for non-gun stuff. It's similar to how Wonderlands is. But like less in the areas that Wonderlands does it. So like, for example, dots and melee are a huge part of Wonderlands. Melee being like actually swinging a melee weapon. They're not as much of a thing in BL3, but BL3 has like gear damage stuff, like Shield Novas. It's got ground slam stuff. Pets are actually endgame viable in BL3 at like high difficulty levels. Grenades and spells are just kind of equally good build archetypes. So, you want your spell gameplay, you can just have that with grenades in this one. Just think Darktide would be a game I'd enjoy because I love making builds. Yeah, I'm waiting for Darktide to get like some more dev love over time. Every once in a while I play Vermintide 2 with Prismatic, and it's a good time. So Darktide being something vaguely in the same vein as that. Sounds like it'd be up my alley as well. Scourge should be doable as long as I remember to make the fish M10 instead of M0. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Cat arrive. Pupty, my new favorite emote. I love this one so much. It just makes me smile every time. I was waiting for Warhammer to make a game with Bones before I jumped on the franchise, so I'm like hyped the game even exists. Get jiggled on. It's just my favorite. It's just a cat jiggling. He's just swinging it. Just swinging it around. Let's do Frozen Heart, just because, fuck it. Oh, I'll probably get tutorial crystals, huh? Not fantastic, but I'll play it up. Waiting for Jake from State Farm to get back to me. Jesus. I'm not sure why my slide boost failed. That sucks. Time loss. Item, please. Go for me. Go for Quack. Ugh, terrible AI on this one. They just did not cooperate. That was an awful room. I am live EchoCast, thank you for noticing. Seconds behind already. Gross. Ugh, slow. Racks? Any racks? Thank you. This is slow. Another benefit from switching from Revolter is Crystal's crowd control becomes a lot easier, for sure. I knew that was coming. I want to practice Anathema, so I'm not resetting yet, but I'm going to reset before Anathema dies. Nah, that's too close to the side. A little too much movement speed. You good, cat? I don't know what my cat's doing. I want Mr. Presidented. Yeah, I'm a whole 30 seconds behind. That's traumatic. That was with a lackluster pre-crystals 1, and then a lackluster post-crystals 1, and then going down before anathema. Makes sense. Yeah, alright, I'll reset now. The muscle memory's here. It's not like MTD where I just forget. Legend BL4 had Chaos Chambers, dedicated farming, and other various endgame activities. Dedicated farming isn't an endgame activity. Dedicated farming is a design flaw. But Insane's probably just gonna stay a Wonderlands thing. Why would it? Why would it? Curious as to how they're handling it. I say let him cook. Let him cook. Wait and see. No point overthinking it. And no point rushing it. The last thing we want is a rushed and unfinished product. I'm comfortable waiting however many years it takes. This is slow. They know they need variety in a game, BL3's proof of that. Exactly. But I would hope they take notes from other games that have come out in the looter sphere. Diablo is one of the earliest influences on Borderlands. They should look at what Diablo's doing in 2023, which is not this stupid, dedicated farming drought of items to create fake longevity fetish that classic Borderlands players seem to have accepted as a gameplay feature when it's simply a design flaw that hasn't been removed yet. Look at every other looter on the market. Where do you get your gear from? Doing activities. That's slow, but I'll play it out. Biggest worry is they go always online or live service or whatever the fuck. I really hope they don't cave to those cries, because, like, we've seen... Oh, well, I fucked up the slide, that's fine. I'll reset here. Hey, Cat, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're actually just talking about Wonderlands a few minutes ago. And I know that's your jam. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff, mostly Wonderlands and BL3. Currently doing some flax speedrun. We're just talking about gaming stuff in general. The topic at hand right now is how, we're hoping the next Lands game, be it Borderlands 4 or Wonderlands 2, whatever they do, does not follow the online-only live service trend. Because BL3 was pseudo-live service, and it had the most well-received content cycle of all the Lands games, proving that you don't need to do the online-only thing. And if we look at the landscape of gaming over the last year, 2 years, online-only stuff is not well-received. Like, let's take, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, for an example. That game got delayed once and then delayed indefinitely due to the reception over it being a very stale-looking online-only live service thing. Like, they shit-canned that game before it ever came out because people were like, hell no. It doesn't add anything, at least not anything you can't achieve through other means. Now, there's some features that come from an online-only environment that can be good when implemented well, but the thing is, speaking for just myself personally, this is a subjective opinion, if I wanted those things, I'd go back to playing MMOs, which I stopped doing years ago. Like, one of my very few gripes with the Diablo 4 beta is, there's no way of playing by yourself, truly. Because you are always online, and other players show up in your world whether you want them to or not. I don't like that. If I can opt out, sure, leave it in, doesn't hurt me. But if I can't opt out, not for me. Hoping that 4 is a good mix of 3 in Wonderlands with 2 story writing. We discussed this a little bit earlier, Fish Sticker. Borderlands 2 is not this transcendent story thing people think it is. Borderlands 2 gets confused with having some sort of good story because Damian Clark is one of the best voice actors in the industry. There is not this massive gulf of quality between BL2 writing and BL3 writing, and I'd argue that Wonderlands is the best story writing they've ever done. Straggler there? Really? That's a scuffed time already. Are you for TPS over Wonderlands? I really enjoyed TPS, I have to say, Vocal. Also, hi, how you doing? Yeah, I enjoyed TPS. The way it focused more closely on characters than other titles to that point had done. I really enjoyed that in particular. And it leaned into the whole moral ambiguity of characters in the Borderlands. Like, are the heroes heroic, or are they just in opposition to people worse than them? I think that's a cool concept to explore, and TPS did a good job of that. Finally enjoyed some free time, which is nice. How's you? How's the runs? Runs are okay. We did some, we spent a lot of time on Zane today, which is not something I often do. We did like 3 hours, 3.5 hours on Zane. Just running Cistern of Slaughter, which is one of my favorite pieces of content. It's one of the most overlooked. In fact, a lot of new players don't even know it exists because it's kind of out of the way. We're just running some of that with pets and Frozen Heart, and it was a good time. I might actually push that and try and PB. Qui-Gon Zane, right? Not common. Fair point, I was just meaning I preferred 2-story writing better than 3, and one of those writing's good, just didn't personally care for it too much. That's fair, everyone's got preferences. My own opinion is, like, I don't really see a quality dip between 2 and 3. I just kind of feel the same about the story of both games. Which is to say, I don't particularly care much about it anyway, so, like, I don't really have a dog in the fight. But, like, I do think if I was in a position where it was like, hey, pick the team and the tone and the flavor of story, I personally would go with Wonderlands, followed by TPS, followed by BL1, followed by BL3, followed by BL2. That's just my opinion. No, this time's abysmal. I should reset. But I need practice. You play... When you say pets on Zane, do you mean drone and clone? Mostly clone, but I do use drone a lot as well. For Cistern of Slaughter in particular, we swap out drone for Mantis so we can spam Frozen Heart. But yeah, Digiclone is in competition with Moses Autobear for the title of Best Pet in all of the Borderlands franchise. It is between those two, nothing else comes close. They are monstrously powerful. This is why if you hit exclamation point trials and look at the time trials leaderboard, in the circles of slaughter, you see Zane and Mose leading by pretty good margins, just because their pets are so incredibly powerful. Clone a drone, the new cap up points to fugitives, pretty fun purple tree. Yeah, Arm Influence a cool skill. It lets you do some really interesting stuff, particularly with cryo and radiation. It gets you some guaranteed rad explosions, it gets you some guaranteed freezes, and it also just is good for increasing your damage. Another cool thing you could do with it is you can use it to make Mantis apply a dot. And if you make Mantis apply a dot, it is hilariously large, one of the most silly things in the entire game. Like, we all know Unleash the Dragon is strong. Mantis is relative to Unleash the Dragon in power with dots. It's absurd. But it's one of those things that's so specific and difficult to pull off that it's, like, not really applicable. If you have GA equipped. If you have GA equipped specifically, yeah. And that's another reason why that gets overlooked is because the majority of Zane players just kind of only do gun stuff, right? You just pew pew, and that's that. And it's a very decidedly not a gun interaction. UTD can actually be about an order of magnitude larger, but in both cases we're talking about over damage cap dot ticks. Right, they're both in a league above everything else, even though UTD is stronger. But it's that level of power where it doesn't matter. Like, that's the short fuse versus eraser territory. Of which one does more, I don't know. The enemy died before the human eye could perceive it. It's like a third or a fourth place time now, but for my run on the Zane Trial of Supremacy board, it's a 145. I actually do use Mantis Dot to kill the boss. I dot the boss with Mantis, and then it phases, and then the dot is still on when the immune phase ends, so it instantly gets one tick. Pace is awful, by the way, chat. I should have reset, but mostly I just want to practice the second half of the takedown. UTD just feels like cheating if you have any half-ass build. I can justify UTD to myself when punching, or I guess if I was to use it shooting a Blade Fury, it'd feel fine. But outside of that, it's like, it's just too strong. UTD when applied by Fish or Stinger is entirely too powerful. But that's not the item's fault. I want to make it clear that Unleash the Dragon itself is not an unbalanced item. Fish Slap and Stinger are unbalanced items. It's their fault. I should put money on it being straight up double dip. Something's a little off with my math. It's one of those things we might need to, like... You probably thought of this because you're better at this stuff than me, but I'm just thinking out loud. Like, equalize certain things, like create a GA without any crit parts. No guardian rank whatsoever, because, like, there's weird half crit things in these games sometimes where it's like something will get a portion of your stat bonuses but not all of it, and something that goes off that damage source will get some of it, not all of it. And then there's the fact that we don't have precise ways of quantifying range. Like, we know how far we have to be to have max GA, but like the exact percentage per where we are pixel by pixel isn't known unless we reverse engineer the math. It's a weird thing to test. You just need something really completely controlled to figure out where the weirdness might be. Probably have to use, like, unrestricted skill trees so that you could get Arm and Flint without having any other damage bonuses. Because my personal theory with why Mantis Dot is weird is because it's doing something weird with crit. How am I doing? Doing well, TSG. How are you? Love math. Someone open an Excel sheet quick. You gonna go on Shark Tank with that? This pace is ass. I just want to time a Scourge kill and then do more full runs. What shield am I using? I'm using Frozen Heart right now. Thank you, Super, for fielding the question. Good, thanks. Glad to hear it. And I apologize for anyone's chat messages I'm not keeping up with. I will scroll through. I know some will be like 10 minutes old at this point, but I'm practicing this because I'm grinding out, working on the world record for this category can be improved. Let's see, is it that one? Yeah. But it's going to take a really good run. So every practice run helps. Could also use the combat logger to view damage sources. Yeah, that would definitely be huge. Because it could be multiple instances combining or something. Okay, I slid in here fast enough. Oh, we have a straggler up there. Oh, weirdly long static charge chain to the rescue. I'm like a full minute behind. Ugh. The way Armad Flint guarantees dots is the same as Frozen Heart guarantees freeze. Thank god Cryo can't dot and BO3 Armad Flint dots actually double dip. Ugh. So yeah, it's just a... do this. Which... I don't know if that clarifies the rest of it, but... yeah. It's definitely something I want to, like, put our brains together and figure out why Armad Flint Mantis dots do what they do. Because it's such a cool thing to mess around with. Alright, so let's... just because that's consistent, I know what I'm doing with that. It's playing on stream today? Cool. I will be in attendance. Maybe we do that? Sounds good. Oh, bad AI. Wait, hang on. It started cooperating last second. It started cooperating last second. That's not good. Okay, recovered. Not this spawn set. That's so scuffed. Come on, Rax. Thank you. Yeah, that spawn was unfortunate. That actually cost me it. Oh well. Still feel good about the mechanics on that one. I didn't play horribly. Shot too early there, though. That was skill issue. How am I consistently shooting too early on that? It's so unfortunate. Top 5 grenade mods and why? Fish Slap, Fixative, Hunter Seeker, Hex, Gas Call. Yeah, that was 3 seconds off. 3 seconds off. Better spawn would have gotten me that. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. And that was a hard top 5 to quantify. Actually, I'll probably put Lightspeed over Gas Call. We'll put Gas Call down to number 6. Reason being, Fish Slap is the most overpowered item in the entirety of Borderlands. Hunter Seeker is extremely powerful and has good utility. Hex is extremely powerful and has good utility. Fixative is extremely powerful, the only grenade that is even remotely close to Fish Slap in terms of per throw damage. And then Lightspeed is an extremely versatile grenade. It's good for bossing, it's good for mobbing, it has no part variance, it's good for dots. Every character has some sort of setup they can take advantage of it on. It can crit. It's fun to use. That's the top 5 in my opinion. Speaking of, gotta get ready for sleeps, enjoy gaming. Thanks for hanging out, Vocal. I appreciate it. Night shift is when you drive a manual transmission when it's dark out. Let me scroll up. Love how fast everything is in Wonderlands. Lack of load screens makes such a gameplay difference. I agree. It's very nice to not have to deal with the constant loading. Like 30 days in Wonderlands. Let me check what my playtime is. I have about 1,700 hours, last I checked. Did I ever break 2,000? I haven't checked in a while. Hang on, I'm launching Epic. So I can see. Just give me good gameplay. Yeah, that's my focus as well, CZ. Story is always going to be secondary to me in these games. The longevity comes from the gameplay. Hex become more viable in CMT because it's easier to get and it's better. So when the game launched, Hex was preferable. Did more damage, easier to get, and a lot of people just didn't know about the CMT at the time. We had no reason to know about it. And skill synergies really favored the Hex over everything else. And they changed how a couple of Mo's skills worked, and they nerfed the Hex by a good margin. They halved its duration and lowered the damage by 70%. So it was still good at that point, because nothing was difficult in the game. But the skill interactions made people shift more towards CMT, because at the time, Mo's didn't really have survivability alternatives to Vampire that people were using. And Hex became less than ideal for Vampire. So that's why this switch to CMT happened. But then Hex got buffed multiple times, and Mo's got extra survivability tech, and Mo's got an extra skill tree. So all those things combined pushed Hex to be not only easier to acquire, but better for almost every purpose than a CMT is. Hex is better for damage. Hex is better for survivability if you are choosing to survive through things other than Vampire, such as biofuel, such as redistribution, such as Russian offensive. The main thing CMT is better at is Vampire. Also means of destruction, but as long as you're shooting a gun or have Cub doing some sort of attack or throwing grenades, you get enough triggers of means of destruction that it doesn't matter anyway. Hex also allows you to benefit from Harmonious Havoc, which a non-elemental item like CMT can't. It's just for 98 out of 100 use cases, Hex is preferable to CMT. It's one of those things where you'll see people saying otherwise because they did not monitor the ways the game changed beyond a certain point. That's all it is. Much like how you'll see people still recommending Seeing Dead post the existence of Purple Tree. Seeing Dead has very few use cases in terms of building optimally post the existence of Mantis. Light Show is a good item, but putting it at the top of any pistol lists is disingenuous considering the items that have come out since then. Hellwalker, same deal. There's a lot of stuff in this game, and it's not particularly reasonable to want everyone to keep track of all of it, but there are certain trends, and CMT absolutely falls in that category of it was really good at one time, and it's outlived its usefulness in those categories relative to other things. I don't know why my timer isn't working. Live Split, did you crash again? Oh yeah, my Wonderlands playtime, since that took forever to launch. 1,754 hours and 10 minutes. So, yeah. Not quite 1,800 hours. But I do plan on playing some Wonderlands, like, next week. Maybe? Yeah, I'm thinking next week. Yeah, Live Split crashed. Ooh, I got the good slide boost. Got a gated 2k hours. Yeah. It's just, I've been enjoying BL3 more as of late, although, as I said, Wonderlands is my second favorite in the franchise, and there are some things I like about it more than all the other games. Just Time Trials has been very enjoyable, and Time Trials is a BL3 thing. That's all. So I haven't been splitting my time. In terms of other games I've been playing, outside of whichever Lands game I've been focusing on, it's been between Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Resident Evil 4. Those have been my other vices. A little bit of Pokemon here and there. That's a good room one. Won't be surprised if I'm over 3k by the end of the year. W. Redux in 2 weeks if anyone cares. Oh, did it get delayed? Not that I think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. Quality control, etc. Oh, always been April 15th? Oh, I don't know why. Someone told me it was the 1 year anniversary. They were probably talking out of their ass. I shouldn't have listened. Always get it from the source. Oh, that one going behind that wall cost me about 4 seconds. Gameplay reveal. Ah, cool. Cool, cool. Yeah, looking forward to that. That'll be cool. One-year anniversary's teaser. Probably just my shit memory then. Thank you, thank you. No. What in the teleporting fuck? That was the most toxic Sarah I've ever seen. Scourge or Plague Bearer, why? Plague Bearer, because the amount of damage the two deal is not close. No, it doesn't mean Plague Bearer is bad, or it doesn't mean Scourge is bad, rather. It just means that it does not get remotely close to what the Plague Bearer is capable of, and they're both base game items. That's a very unfortunate fish. Only cost me 1 second. I'm still on pace right now. Just, I was ahead and now I'm not. Direct power creep's very hard to beat. Yeah. It's worth mentioning, since Plague Bear is a Mayhem 6 item, before that point, Scourge does very well. It's just, it is still also defeated by other launchers that are available for that point, because of power creep. Like, the Hive got a massive buff so people would remember it existed. And that's, practically speaking, easier to farm at an earlier point. That's unfortunate. Easier to farm at an earlier point than the Scourge is, because Scourge is from Alacritus, Vondas, and Broodmother. But Hive is from Tarantella. So, like, you'll accidentally get Scourges in gameplay, but in terms of intentionally getting, you're more likely to get it. Like, you can just get it easier and sooner from Tarantella. So it's just, it's one of those things. Overshadowed item. Doesn't mean it's not good, because it is. Scourge was, one of several launchers that was in use for one of the first community challenges for Borderlands 3. Moxie's Maliwan Takedown Challenge. I ran the Scourge myself. Flak Runners, we all ran some sort of launcher. Be it a Scourge, a Nukem, or a Lump. But it was between those three. Were the top Flak Runners. Those being Rhetor, myself, Chadley, Thomas. We all had some launcher shit going on, and Scourge was one of them. Garwood used the Scourge for the top Zane time of that competition, second overall time as well. Too slow. Chatley introduced me to Flak and Lumps. Good times. Yeah. Regularly yoink his saves for launchers. Yeah, it was good times. Good times. Only problem with Tarantella is she really likes sending you to the moon. That's true. Hey, John, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was stream? What'd you get up to? Playing Wonderlands, love to see it. We've been extolling the virtues of Wonderlands a lot today. It's been cool looking back in the game a year long. But those of you just joining, hi, I'm Quag. I do build stuff, Borderlands 3, Wonderlands mostly, but I do play some other games. Currently, I'm just practicing, grinding out some endgame speedrunning stuff. We're in the True Guardian takedown, and the numbers above your head. My own personal best, 16 minutes, 8 seconds, is the world record, but it can be improved. In terms of what we know about the content and how the characters work, this can be at least 30 seconds faster. 30 seconds being a huge amount of time for this level of improvement. But it's going to take a really good run, and so I'm just bashing my face against it. Hey, Fan, how you doing? Hey, Jess. Hey, Comfortably Dumb. King Bibble. Without a net. Hope you're all well. Like I mentioned in your chat before, Scourge can only drop at level 18 and above, or is it 17? I can't remember. Yeah, some items have minimum levels, and launchers tend to be a little bit higher than some of the other ones. It's funny, this room is really my kryptonite. I'm just not good at this room. At least, I can't be consistent in this room. Sometimes I'll get out of the room after the 130 mark, sometimes I'll get out of the room at the 108 mark. And it is a huge defining factor in what is a good run. Because the rest of the run is a lot tighter. That was a bad throw, that's gonna cost me. See, that was a surprisingly fast run that I was not prepared for. Oof. So we're on a good pace. Now, I haven't been hitting the slide boost consistently today. Let's see if skill issue kicks in. It kinda did, but I still hit it. I just hit it slow. That was okay. Oh. I need to not do that. Bad slide boost. Items are acting weird today. I'm not okay with that. It's very scary. Like, that's why that's scary. Okay. Awkward. Please behave, Rex. No? Scourge teleport diadem foreshadowing? Yeah. Honestly. Probably. Trying to reload this thing. I probably shouldn't bother, but don't charge me. Okay, good pace. Again, not the best I've gotten through that segment, but solid. That was fast. Could someone make a clip of that room so I can reference that later? Because I like the line I took there. I don't normally do that. And I want to be able to replicate it. catch a nap. Thanks for the raid and for hanging out, Cat. Always good to see you. I appreciate you. That was so scary. I'm not handling enemies well on this anathema fight so far. Thank you, CZ. Frozen Heart is definitely better in this fight, because it's a lot safer. Why did my Rax just go by that Sarah? Holy shit. I lost a second there intentionally because I want my pet to die at a certain time. I almost fell off there. Okay, if my pet dies now, I should have it back for the section where I'm most likely to need it. I'm not going to have it for the first bit of movement after the anathema fight, but this should time out properly. Okay, 755 is good. 755 is very good. That's not ideal. I'm pushing my rack cooldown very hard. Like, I'm often just running out of charges. Spam like that is risky. That's why. That's why that's risky. I did lose a bunch of time there, but... could have been worse. Yeah, I lost a bunch of time between the top of that and the bottom. I need to practice that section. Windows audio moment. Pause Spotify and use my Discord call. Fully repeatable. Amazing. Hey, Ewan. In a meeting, Mr. Cat Raid. We out here. And good to see you. Hope you're doing well. That was scary. I'm still on pace for a decent run. Nothing fantastic, I don't think. Maybe like a 1630-ish. Of course, provided I don't mess other things up in the run, I should say. Not a time estimate. It's worth it with either. Good one, Nightbot. Good one, Nightbot. So if you guys want an idea of what pace I need to be on for a record run, I need this crystal to be over before the 12-minute mark. So, about 15, 16 seconds behind. That was really clean, though. I honestly made about 5 seconds on that. Hey, Pascaroni, good to see you. How's life treating me? You know, it's a day that ends in Y. But day brighter now that you're here. How you doing? Doing well, thanks. Glad to hear. I'll play this one out. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Sometimes. That diadem took a detour. I had to shoot through the immune boss to second win there. That was scary. Game is making me aim today. Oh, Butter, you did call it. You did call a diadem on the Scourge teleport. It took a turn, so my shot missed. It's minus 5 seconds, or plus 5 seconds in this instance, I suppose. Vending machine crashed, the game's hard, blue screen my PC, oh no. And this teleport isn't fantastic. I'm not gonna say this run didn't have a chance, but it was definitely, deck stacked against me. Open note. Okay, there we go. It did kill. It actually takes some different lines movement-wise, even after killing only one of the necro bugs in this room. Movement speed breakpoints. Cool stuff. Yeah, this will be like 16, 15, 16, 16. Actually, no. This will be more like my original estimate of 1630. Yeah. I was looking one phase ahead. 1621, 1622, something like that. Not bad. It's like a good run. Like, for reference, in terms of leaderboard placement, this would be a second place time. But I have the first place time already, so. "14 seconds from HP empty to takedown complete." Yeah, I gotta ingrain that number in my head. "Love the OST for your streams. Favorite song has to be the cat purring track." Yeah, it's a banger. The sound mixing is incredible. 12? 12, 13, 14, something like that. Not bad, better than I could ever do. I disagree, Rob. I disagree. The reason being, nobody ever knows how good they're gonna be at this stuff until they do it. The person right above you in chat, best person, they have the most records in time trials, like, of any individual runner. And they started after a lot of us did. Like, not thinking that they could do that well. Like, this is my build? Yeah, this is my build. So this build, Rack Stab, this is, it's just kind of the peak of Flak takedown performance. This build holds the top 5 times for every single takedown in Hemovorous category for the character, and several stuff in other categories. And it's the result of a bunch of math, me drinking a bunch at 4 a.m. one night back in 2020, and collabing with Rator, who's one of the goats of Flak Theory crafting. And it ended up just being one of those builds that was like, hey, this shouldn't work as well as it does. And it caught on. Using Rackstab build, currently really liking it. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. First speedrun was posted on September 21st, 2022. And in 6 months, you are the most decorated time trials runner. It's all about the grind. You never know what you're capable of until you try it. Clips is 15 for Scourge death time. Okay. So for like windows of time here, the fastest I've ever gotten room 1 done on this build is 108. The fastest I've ever walked out of Crystals 1 was 347, and those were not on the same run. I was almost into Anathema before the 5-minute mark on this run. 3 seconds is probably him getting up to start the death animation, since that's what position he's using most of the time. I think 15 is the more useful number. Yeah. Counting from when he starts doing the purple thing, I think that's 12. Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me, sneezes. But yeah, the point is with this time trials running, reason why I really recommend this is because I am not even close to the most mechanically gifted Borderlands 3 player. Not even close. I am up there in playtime. There's only a couple people I know who have nearly as much playtime as I do, and that's why I'm able to compete, because I just like learning the intricacies of the game and practicing a lot. There's a lot of other people who are in the chat right now who are better at this shit than I am, and you never know the lengths to which you can, like, succeed in any gaming related challenges until you just do it. Best speedrun. I've tried Kale, my best speedrun to chuck that stuff into the garbage is 0.56 seconds. Ooh. Ooh. I think you could personal best. I think you could improve that. Like, I run Guardian Takedown a lot because it's just my favorite activity, so it's become my favorite category. And I do currently have 2 records for True Guardian Takedown. I have Flak and I have Amara. Neither of those are ironclad. Those can both be improved upon. So the timer by the death animation now, HP goes to 0. Okay, yeah, so you were just both looking at events 3 seconds apart then. Because he was just standing there for about 3 seconds before his portal started. The portal animation takes 12 seconds. Need to practice Amara again. It's been too long. Now's the time, Swin. We had CZ retake Amara Malawan record from me today. And like I said, Amara Guardian it's up for grabs. I think the Slaughters also have a bunch of improvement available, particularly on Flak and Amara. Because those aren't pushed as much as the other ones. Zane and Mo's Slaughters, very contested. Proving grounds on all characters, very contested. But I think Amara and Flak Slaughters have a lot of room for improvement. And then Amara takedowns have a lot of room for improvement as well. Sometimes you don't even need to play time trials with the intention of breaking records. You can just have some ordinary motivations like breaking your personal best or testing your build out. Exactly. Exactly. Competing against yourself is the most healthy competition. You can, of course, have friendly competition with others, but self-improvement is a hell of a motivator. Let's try to get one more good run in. I've already been live for 5 hours, but I'm feeling one more. And then I immediately have bad movement. Hey Thumb, how you doing? Doing a very risky strat of intentionally bouncing the fish off of myself, because that is potentially faster, but it is also incredibly risky. Because if there's not a target for me to second wind off of in range, then I'm just dead. Like that. That's acceptable. Hey, adjustments you made to your builds. I was looking for something different. I'm always adjusting. It's incredibly hard to find a day where I don't tweak something about a build. Usually I'll swap out an item, I'll swap out a skill point, see what happens. Yeah, it's a broad category of stuff. I always tweak stuff. But if you want like a breakdown of the choices I've made for this particular setup, for this particular speedrun, and why I made those choices, remind me next time a timer isn't running. Roughly the speed of the last run, because I made poor choices. On my lunch break, how's the runs? The runs are good. The speed runs are also good. Look, I'm better doing runs in the middle of the day, morning, rather than late evenings. I've gotten some of my best times just like off stream listening to music. Any of my runs that are on YouTube were, with the exception of the most recent flak record, were all done off stream just because I have better focus off stream, I think. And the most recent flak True Guardian record came from during an endgame rush run, where I was just going for a decent time to carry forward for the other activities, and then I ended up getting the best time. So, as others have said, sometimes you're not even going for it, it just happens. $16.24 to $16.08, and that's a huge improvement. It just happened. Hey Felicia. Gotta go soon. Did I look it up? Sounds good, Rob Bob. I'm 2 seconds behind the earlier run, but like, that's okay. Now if I can take the good line I took here last time. I missed that Nova. That's crucial. Okay, I didn't replicate it as well, but I sort of copied what I did in the clip, and it works out. Aiming those racks down at the Saras as they're spawning makes a huge difference. I just timed that activation poorly. That also makes a huge difference. Hugging the front wall. If you're touching that forward side when you do that slam, then you slam in the air and you lose like 2 seconds. It sucks. It's a game of operation. Take care, good luck. Thank you, thank you. Hope you have a good one. And the goal with this fight is to get as close to frame perfect at the end of the immune phase as possible. It means pre-throwing fish, means keeping my buffs up. Now it's possible to do sort of automated frame perfect setups for this fight, but that requires using gear and skills I don't currently have equipped. So we gotta eyeball it. Sometimes that causes problems, like when I miss my second fish and I didn't have all my buffs up for the first fish. So we lost a couple seconds there. And this is all while making sure I don't get pushed back from this spot, while making sure the boss doesn't move from this spot. And managing the ads while dodging my own fish. Yeah, about 9 seconds behind where I'd like to be. What GA annoy do I have right now? Is this the 100 melee one? I think it is, yeah, based on the skin. The 150 over 90 one is better for certain areas of the takedown, but the 100 melee one is better for Scourge. Yeah, 100 melee. Thank you, sir. So yes, I'm using the variant of the gun that's better for 3 minutes of the content, rather than the one that's better for 13 minutes of the content. Because sometimes speedrunning's weird. Yeah, 8 seconds behind. Well, 8 seconds behind the previous round, I should say. I can still speed up in total by doing the next room better. Hey, Lacosius, how you doing? Ooh, that was a good throw down there. Okay, I did that well. Echo Cast says Rackstab, Flak, level 72. Yeah, the name of the save is Rackstab. And I am Flak, and I am level 72. That's all accurate information. Still says there's Zane? Ah, yeah. User desync, I guess. That is an Echo Cast moment. Should be done now. There we go. Negative DPS. Yeah, flat bad after all, you know. Roll the integer. I mean, how many quadrillions of damage do you think this build does in a single takedown? Quadrillions a lot. Groundbreaker is stupid. Like, I'd really like to see the damage numbers in the Scourge room from just random hollow points and then Groundbreakers. Doing mostly melee. Static Charge. Yeah, maybe quadrillions is an exaggeration, but, like, each of these fish, if you include one static charge chain, is over damage cap. So, like, that's a billion per bounce? Not including all the rest of the shit that's happening. I wonder how many times I actually deal damage in this run. Now I'm curious. Had bad movement there. Had very bad movement there. Come on, bounce, hit something. Fuck you, dude. I did lose some time to stragglers. Yeah, I lost like 10 seconds there. It's unfortunate. Died him hollow point to all the pillars around it. Yeah, yeah. Like, that alone is gonna be stupid amounts of damage. It's not hitting anything that's relevant, but the damage is happening. This really fell apart in the last half, I'm be honest with you guys. Imagine hollow point still does self-damage. That'd be nuts. Very early BL3, Hollow Point had physics, like really strong physics. Times down 101, seems right. Yeah, this will be another low 16s run. I get to practice this, though. Why do they keep taking turns? Do I have Ambush Predator? Ah, fuck you. Really, none of those fish hit? Unfortunate. I went from 10 seconds behind to about 20. Keep making that shot too early. 110% skill issue. Could dupe Groundbreaker, make its duration infinite, make it take all damage sources, make an item that deals the accumulated damage. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Oh yeah, that's rip. Yeah, that's rip, because pet is stupid. That's fine. Fuck the items, all my homies hate the items, and the teleport rooms in the room after Crystal's 1. Yeah, they're manageable until 4 minutes into the run. And then they're just bad. Then that's like the only RNG you have to worry about other than Revenants. Because even if you get like the bad teleports during the Scourge fight, they're manageable. Like the one I complained about in the previous run was still done in like maybe 2 seconds slower than the good room. With a combat logger, it's more than doable. If you'd like to figure out how much damage you deal start to finish and anything. Yeah, I am curious about that. I'm very curious about that. Yeah, so we had good runs today. Did some good Zane signs. I might do more of that Zane stuff. But since I have to run to the bathroom and also I'm kind of tired, we're gonna call it here. Thank you everyone for hanging out. All the raids and the love and support today. It's been awesome. Let me find somewhere for us to go. Tomorrow's Saturday. I might do non-Borderlands. I might just still be Borderlands. I might not be live. I don't know. My schedule's been super inconsistent as of late. But I appreciate you all bearing with me. See who's on. Vander's doing some Minecraft. Tizzle's just chatting. BCK's on BL3. Tweety's on Tarkov. Let's go over to BZK. He's doing a subathon punishment 1 life. I, for one, wouldn't hate watching your RA4 grind. I'll keep that in mind. If you got my emotes, feel free to copy that for the raid message. If not, that's okay too. Seriously, you guys are awesome. Thank you for your time and your support and the conversation. Yeah, I'll keep you notified next time we'll be live. Later.